It's HD now. Some of you may already know I played this game through this game already on live streams a few years ago. But now it's HD and it's in vertical aspect ratio. Meaning now, this is perfect for watching on a phone. The name... Puzzmast. Yeah, that seems about appropriate. I'm gonna save in that one. I've played through this on my actual phone, but now I am recording through BlueStack. Also, I'm gonna keep the video like this, so if you're watching this on for some reason on like either a PC or like in widescreen mode on phones, I'm sorry.
Professor, that's everything packed. Oh, is that all you're bringing with you?
A gentleman must try to travel light where possible, Luke.
Oh, and a gentleman's assistant must be prepared for any eventuality.
Well, you're certainly that. So then, let's get going.
I'm really hoping this records properly into 2K, because I could not imagine this uploading properly, but, you know. To my dear friend, Puzzmast.
The things we saw that day in the village became a secret we would have to keep from everyone for the rest of our lives. Because, you see... I don't understand, Professor. Why are we going to help solve an inheritance dispute?
Luke, my boy, do you really think I would take on such an ordinary request as that?
Yeah, I don't know what happened with the sound mixing, because voices are much quieter in this version, or maybe they just made the car super loud.
Oh no, this is an altogether unique and exciting situation, and it has piqued my intellectual curiosity. But I suppose it would be best to explain the case before we arrive at our destination. 2 months ago, Baron Augustus Reinhold passed away. Shortly after his death, his will was disclosed. The contents of it were fascinating, to say the least. The Reinhold family treasure, the golden apple, is hidden somewhere within this village. To whomever successfully locates this treasure, I offer the whole of my estate. Naturally, those who attended the reading of the will immediately set out in search of the golden apple. But in the end, everybody came back empty-handed. It turns out that no one had even heard of such a treasure existing until it's mentioned in the will.
Wow, that's some puzzle, all right.
Quite. just to create one more puzzle before his death. What a perplexing individual. I wish I could have met him while he was still alive.
It certainly sounds like you two would have gotten along, Professor. By the way, just what is this golden apple anyhow?
Some speculate it's a rare antique, while others say it could be a gem, yet its identity remains elusive. But Luke, I can't shake the feeling that this matter is linked to some larger mystery, something huge.
Ha! Is that your famous intuition acting up again, Professor?
Well, our first step is getting to town.
This is all so exciting. I hope St. Mystere is ready for the famous archaeologist and puzzle-solving detective, Professor Layton.
Oh, Luke, you know as well as I do that I am no detective. Augustus Reinhold's wife, Lady Dahlia, has asked me to investigate the situation. It seems she came across my name by chance when reading an article about me in the papers.
And you immediately decided to take her up on her request, huh?
Oh, well, Luke, a true gentleman never refuses the request of a beautiful lady.
If you say so, Professor.
We should be nearing the town by now. Look at the map in the envelope and help me with directions.
You got it. What in the... What's this?
Lady Dahlia seems to have given us a test. We'll need to decipher this map in order to find the village. She wants to see if we're capable of cracking the mystery surrounding the Reinhold fortune. Care to give it a go, Luke?
I'll do my best. A puzzle like this should be a snap for the apprentice of the great Professor Layton.
Very well.
It's literally gonna take me like a second,
Think of it as a
maybe two.
for things to come.
Boom.
I think I've got it. Layton's apprentice saves the day. There we go. Now we should be able to make our way to the village.
Right you are. We should see it on the horizon any moment now.
Huh? Professor, do you mean to say you already figured out the town's location?
I'm afraid I couldn't help myself. A basic puzzle like that is easy enough to solve with a glance. Anyhow, you'd best gather your things, Luke. We've arrived.
Shame we don't have the original image, but that's okay. That is a-okay. Interesting. Appears that this drawbridge is the entrance to the village. And we're stuck on the outside. What should we do, Professor? Oh, look over there. There's a man standing on the other side of the river. Maybe he can help us. Well, first, car. Not even the Layton-mobile could make it across the river, huh? But of course, much as I adore the contraption, it is just a car after all. Later, we're gonna see so much more. Hello, fine gentlemen. Good day, sir. We very much like to gain access to the village. Could you please drop the bridge for us? Do I look like the sort to go drop in the bridge for a bunch of fancy-looking outsiders? Humph. Got a lot of nerve. We received a letter of invitation from Lady Dahlia. I don't suppose that changes things, does it? From Lady Dahlia? Well, then I'd sure love to lower the bridge for you, Mr. Fancy Pants. The engine's busting, I can only move the bridge with this blasted crank. Hump. There's all these infernal slots I could put the crank in, but I got no clue which one to use. Humph. So, smart guy, you got any idea which one's the right one? I do know. This one I'll solve in even less time. Boom.
There we go.
I am as smart as can be. Drop that bridge. That'll do it. Hold on a sec, I'll let her down. Gonna say it again. Just don't feel right about letting outsiders into St. Mystere. But if your Lady Dahlia's guest, I guess I'd better. At least give her my regards, you hear? Yes, we finally arrived in St. Mystere. I'm so excited. I wonder what mysteries await us. Well, Luke, we'll find out soon enough. Just be careful not to let your excitement cloud your ability to analyze your surroundings. I say, Luke, this is a perfect time to learn shoe. You must use the shoe. It allows you to see the arrows. So remember, when you want to move, tap the shoe. Shoe! You can leave. It's amazing, Professor. St. Mystere appears to be surrounded by thick forest on all sides. Indeed it does. But enough talk of trees, let's go over to Lady Dahlia now. Well, first, we got new journals. Most fascinating letter found its way to me. I'm not going to read all of the journals. Mystery, the golden apple. The late Baron Reinhold hid this item in St. Mystere just before dying and has promised the whole of his fortune to the one who finds it. No one has any clue what the golden apple might be or where it is hidden. You know, it's always interesting to come back to, like, the first game. Because I think of the games I've replayed the most, I definitely replay 2, I think, the most out of all of them. Because 2 is just so nice. Oh yeah, also, there's now charms in this game. There are, 5, 10, 15, 17, 51. There are 51 charms, which I guess was added into these remakes, or I guess remasters, to sort of help you if you are not good at the puzzles to earn the pickerats. Which, I mean, I guess is fine. Howdy, Granny. Granny Ingrid. Oh, hello, pleasure to meet you. Welcome to St. Mystere, where our local export is the puzzle. Well, before I forget, you should know that every time you solve a puzzle, you earn a set number of pickerats. The more pickerats a puzzle's worth, the tougher the puzzle will be. They say lovely things happen when you gather enough. Imagine that, a reward for solving puzzles. For practice, try this riddle that reminded me of your hat. Now, this one I always get tripped up on. It's not this one, because this one is a bit too long. It's definitely not this one. It's A. This is a tricky one.
There we go.
And it's a tricky one on just the third puzzle. Imagine the third puzzle being tricky. My God. I'm going to try to go for a perfect... funnily enough, something I never ever do is get a perfect puzzle percentage. And by that, I mean getting all the answers 100% correct without losing a single pickerat. I've never done it before. In all the times of playing these games, I've never done that. Surprising, right? I've played all these games. The first trilogy, the second trilogy, the Professor Layton game, the versus Phoenix Wright game, and I've never managed to do a single playthrough yet where I get 100% pickerat. So I'm going to try, without like looking up the answers, to try to do that. Oh yeah, Mr. Stash and Scarf in here telling us about the hint coin, the lucky hint coin. I would love like an actual like hint coin. Like, that just seems like that'd be cool to have, just like an actual physical coin for hints. We're not allowed to look out here, right? Yeah, we gotta wait for the bridge to come back up later in the story. So obviously, I've played this before. Oh, that sign. Puzzle-solving charm. That's a puzzle-solving charm. Come on, we all know you were expecting something original from this remake. Gives the new version a certain charm, don't you think? Now, you're probably thinking these charms sound like fun, aren't you? But take care. You were expecting me to say something like that, weren't you? Don't worry, I'm just pulling your leg. Charms are safe. How do you use charms? Well, now, that would be telling. They do have a use, believe me, but it's up to you to find it. So until we meet again. Well, thank you, Gash and Scarf, and I don't particularly know what the charms are for, so pick a charm. Puzzle points. It's a heart locket. Yeah, so currently I don't know what the charms are particularly used for, but I don't know if I'm gonna 100% the charms, because I don't know where they are. I haven't played the remakes nearly enough. And that's saying something, because when they came out, like, when I was first going, like, my first ever, like, college classes, I would just play these games, these remasters specifically. I would be playing these so much. Like, my god, these games were just gave me such fun, nostalgic memories. I would just be sitting in class, waiting for the lecture to start, and I remember I would sit sort of in the middle, in the back of the lecture hall, just kind of just on my phone, tapping away at puzzles, and I'd have this guy who would sit next to me and just watch me, because funnily enough, it is very easy to find people with common interests in college, so we were just trying to speedrun who could solve the puzzles quicker. Also, we're at chapter 1 right now. Make your way to the manor. And yes, I will save the progress. But yeah, no, oh, it's so much fun. I don't think I ever ended up collecting all the charms, which, again, a little sad, but, oh, I found another charm. If there's 51, I'm assuming there's one on every screen. You have a puzzle for me, right? Oh, hello, I'm Percy, St. Mystere's unofficial writer-in-residence. Reinhold Manor, you ask? Head up that road to the right. It's immense, so you'll know when you see it. But before you go, why not try up this puzzle I thought? See if you can figure out which house is mine. I'll sweeten the deal for you. If you manage to solve this puzzle, I'll tell you about the village. How about it? You'll try, won't you? So yeah, spoiler alert. What is it? Go out, front door, take a left. What is it? It's take a left. Take a right, take a right. Where does that go? I need to do that, so... Take a left, take a right, take a right. Left. Take a right, take a right. Shit, which house was it? Which of these houses was it? At the first, go out the front door of my place, take a left. The first intersection, take a right, turn right again, and it'll come face to face with the morning sun. That would be east, so it'd be this guy, right? I'm remembering. Well, no. Sun rises in the east, right? So there's only one of these. There's two houses. This one and this one. I believe it's this one, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, I'm gonna show just how smart I am, cause like I'll just blast through some of these puzzles, but then I'll get stuck up on what is 2 + 2, and I'll be like, God, my brain. Now for that gossip, I promise you, the Reinhold family owns all the land this village is built upon. I hear that they own all the buildings too. I guess you could say this town sort of belongs to the Reinholds. Well, I'll be on my way now, but rest assured, next time we meet, I'll have a harder puzzle for you. That clock tower is rather worse for wear. Speaking of clocks, I got a puzzle. Admittedly, it concerns more of a modern clock, but never mind that detail. Yes, digital digits. Imagine a digital clock. How many times will the clock display 3 or more of the same number in a row? Well, for that, I'm gonna get out a notepad because I'm gonna get out my desktop notepad because I have a thing. So what is it? It would be 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, 5, and then it'll go 10 o'clock, then I believe 11, 10, and then 11, 11. That'll be twice for that. Well, no, it says 3 or more, so that'll count. So 11, 12, 11, 13, 11, 14, 11, 15, 11, 16, 11, 17, 11, 18, 11, 19, and then, what is it, 12, 22. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, 1, 2, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That's 17, but doubled is 34.
How does this sound?
That's the thing of this puzzle that you forget, is that you have to double it, because it's twice a day. Yeah, for the AM and PM. Because it's no military time, because if it were military time, without doing the math, I think that would be, what would that be? That'd be like, that'd only be about 24 times, I believe so. No, you gotta use your cookie head. Gotta use your cookie. Precisely the answer I was looking for, Luke. Well done, my boy. Yes, and now we're off to explore more of the town. Professor, look at the man standing in the street. He's blocking the path up to Reinhold Manor. How terribly rude. Perhaps he'll move for us, but I have a feeling he has no intention of doing anything of the sort. Yes, but for now I want to quickly rob this place of its coinage. The manor. Because what I'm assuming is, should we be on our way to the manor? Yes, but first I'm just looking around, because I'm assuming, are there 51 screens in the game? That'd be interesting if there were. But let me check real quick. What is the other charm I got? I've got the barrel bus. Puzzle points obtained. I will select the barrel bus. Does that change the charm? That does not change the charm. Hello, sir. You're about to give me not an infuriating puzzle. Never seen you two before. What a couple of fresh faces like yourselves doing here? We're here by invitation of the Reinholds. Now, if you'll excuse us, we have business through the gate. Business with the Reinholds, is that so? Some stranger, yeah, you're a fishy pair. I don't trust you, that's for sure. But I'll let you pass if you can solve this riddle, see? Just to warn you, it's a tough one. It ain't gonna be easy, is it? No way, definitely not gonna be easy. Yeah, this is the first of, like the hat puzzle. This one is also very deceptively easy. So it's one of these, like, oh, you only have a limited number of scale usages. So here is the way I do it. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take 3. We need the light one. So one of these 3, 4, 5, 6 is light. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna assume 5. 4 is the light one. There we go. God, I remember watching a video by, I forget the channel, it's like Game Champ 3000, I think is the name, where he did a thing where what's the fewest number of, like, screen taps you need? Like, actual times you need to touch the screen without using, like, any of the face buttons or whatnot to, like, beat the game. And it was, like, 100, like, less than 200 taps, I think? which is insane to think this game could be beaten that quickly. And one of the roadblocks of it was that puzzle requires you to essentially randomly guess which one is the answer. And that could be annoying. But, gotta check the garden path. Garden. There's a charm. Let's get this puzzle. And just who might you be? My name is Layton, and this is my assistant. We received an invitation to visit Reinhold Manor. Yes, who. We've all been expecting you, Professor Layton, but who, you'll have to excuse my skepticism. Can't trust anyone these days, you know. For all I know, you could be just another hooligan in a top hat, hoo. So how do I know you're the real Layton? Did you hear that, Professor? The nerve of this fellow. Surely you aren't gonna go through with this after an insult like that. Now, Luke, settle down. So are you saying you'd like to test me to see if I'm the real Layton? Precisely, Professor Layton. Now, if you don't mind, would you please solve this puzzle? It is interesting seeing as how... Oh god, what's the solution to this one? It's like, first you send the wolf, then you send the wolf back, then you send both wolves, then you send a wolf back. There we go, and I think I did this in the optimal amount of moves too, which is 11.
That should do it.
Yeah.
Another puzzle solved.
Woo, let me resize my notepad. There we go. Well done. Yes, 11. Woohoo, do excuse my earlier rudeness. Let me show you to the manor. Everyone's waiting for you. Everyone? I was under the impression that Lady Adela was the only person expecting me. Right this way, please. Wolves and chicks. It's just one of those fun things where the aesthetic of these games is so wonderful. Cause what was it? The design work. Hold on, what's the whoops, accidentally unfull screened. Hold on. Well, I know the answer to this is 50. Can I full screen it again? Okay, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, 50-50. Because it's a trick, because it makes you want to think, oh, one person should get like $65, another 75, but they both do half the lot, so it doesn't matter how fast they do it. They both get it. Anyway, what was I talking about? I have mind, ADHD brain, million miles an hour. But yeah, no. I just really love the aesthetic of these games because remembering a behind-the-scenes like interview or just sort of like concept art for the thing. Originally this game was supposed to take place in the 60s. I think literally there's gonna be like a time card that said like 1960 or something. But they changed it to just having a sort of androgynous time period. Because, like, honestly, you think of Professor Layton, you don't think, like, oh, we're in, like, the 20s or the 60s or the 2000s, you know? It's just sort of this ambiguous time period. It's positively gigantic. Just look at the size of it. Certainly seems like we've come to the right place. We've made it. We finished Chapter 1. Yeah, the only one thing I can criticize this thing for, and it's a very minor nitpick, is that the music sting cuts out with the stamp, which it doesn't do that in the original. Let's head in, shall we? Yes, sir. Well, first I gotta scope out your yard for pig rats. The charm. We found a few more. We got this one, the Hearty Charm. We obtained, and we got this one, which is the classic cologne. Yeah, right now, puzzle points aren't the same as pick rats, so I have no idea what they do. Maybe when I go back to do all the bonus puzzles, I'll go back and, like, search around the town for the rest of the charms once I am done with the main story. Welcome to Reinhold Manor. Thank you for coming. I'm Matthew, butler and servant to the Reinhold family. Everyone is waiting upstairs for you. Before you go, I have a message from Lady Dahlia. She's requested that you take a look at this puzzle. Please do not be taken aback. Madam has the strangest sense of priority sometimes. It's a match puzzle. You ready to kill a dog? Boop. The dog's dead. Oh my god, we're only one Layton game in and we already killed the dog.
Another puzzle solved.
Poor doggo. That's absolutely correct. My accommodations, sir. Again, I do apologize for the strangeness of the request. Now, please walk this way. We mustn't keep Lady Dahlia and company waiting. Well, first I must snoop around your home and find more puzzles. I will say a nice fun experience I got to do earlier this year was, I got to play, in completely legal ways, the European versions of the original trilogy, because here's a sort of well-known but not as well-known fact. The puzzles change depending on which region version you are. So the US got US specific puzzles. Japan obviously got puzzles that could only really be done in, like, Japanese, but Europe, the EU, got its own version of certain puzzles. That's exactly right, sir. You are looking at a portrait of Flora, the late Baron's daughter. Pardon me for asking, but I can't help but notice your keen interest in art. Would you take care of this old frame with you? It used to hold the most wonderful painting. However, not all of what's left is intact. Is this small scrap? The painting option has been added to the trunk. You can assemble the fragments of the old painting here. Ah, yes, and then, of course, the actual mini-games. It's just these little extra things you can do on your journey to help you feel like you're really doing something in the world. That's the window. That's this window, I believe, yes. Of course, during this playthrough, I will be 100%ing whatchamacallit, I will be doing there's a charm. The mini games. I will 100% them. Also, cutscene. Shh. Quiet.
Oh? Oh, you must be Professor Layton, I presume. It's an honor to make your acquaintance.
Oh no, the pleasure's all mine.
Oh, no!
Luke, what are you doing?
Come back, sweetie!
Honestly, why am I constantly surrounded by incompetence? This is a disaster. Whatever's the matter? Oh, this is simply terrible. My dear sweet baby, my Claudia. Your Claudia? Sweet, sweet Claudia, my little honeykins, my smoochy pie, my baby. Matthew! Before we deal with your cat, I must solve puzzles. The sandwich puzzle first. Or no, the vanishing cube. How do you make 4 cubes into 3? Well, you turn this thing, and then you put that there. Ta-da! Yes, yeah, I will say, if there, the common wish of, like, oh, if you could just erase your memory of playing a game to experience it over again, what would it be? It would be these games, because just one of the, I guess, unfortunate... Oh, hi, Simon, you've got a puzzle for us. One of the unfortunate side effects of just playing these games over and over is that you really understand the, this one's 10, 0, 10. You unfortunately,
That should do it.
just know the answers to the puzzles. So there's no... I mean, I guess if you don't play them for a while, rediscovering the answers or having the memories of those answers sort of pop back in your head can be kind of exciting, but it's just not as exciting as just trying to solve a puzzle on your own for the first time. You know, it can... You know, that can be a drag, but, you know, still. You're Professor Layton, yes? My name is Gordon. I'm among those who requested your service. I'd like to explain our situation further, but right now it's probably best to do as Lady Dahlia says. Matthew? Madam, what is it? What in the world happened? My little Claudia got scared and ran off. Didn't you see her dart out the room? I must have missed her. I'm terribly sorry. Oh, you're just useless, aren't you? Professor, you didn't see which way my baby ran off to, didn't you? Your baby? If you're referring to the white cat, I saw it run out the door a moment ago. What? And you simply stood there and let her escape? Well, she is a cat. There are animals after all, and animals must run about from time to... You fool, she's not just a cat. She has a name, and that name is Claudia Reinhold. She is a delicate flower, and she is simply a mess when I'm not close by to comfort her. Matthew, I need you to find Claudia and bring her back immediately. About this inheritance problem of yours, Lady Dahlia. And that can wait. Can't you see that we have a more pressing concern on our hands at the moment? You could have stopped her, and you didn't. So you have a responsibility to find Claudia and bring her back. Huh, sending the professor off to find a silly cat. The nerve. Who do you think you are? Huh, oh, it's fine, Luke. Besides, Lady Dahlia does have a point. It does seem we let Claudia run off. Madam, if you excuse us, we'll have a cat to track down. Thank you, and please hurry. My Claudia is such a delicate flower. Even the coarse outdoor air might prove too much for her. Noise at the manor. We are now on Chapter 2. Find that pet. And we get to save. So yes, one of the things you might notice about this playthrough is it's obviously not going to be like a simple playthrough. Yeah, get the cat. I know, I'm just trying to look around the room, making sure I got everything I can, because, you know, this kind of thing. We got a new charm. We got the stellar stone. We haven't got any of these ones yet, which is interesting. I will be clearing out the journals and the mysteries. While the professor was meeting with Lady Dahlia, Reinhold Manor was rocked by a noise so loud it shook the walls of the mansion and scared off Claudia. What could the source of this noise be? Yes, this isn't going to be your standard, typical playthrough sort of playthrough of this game. I'm terribly sorry, Professor. I will personally search the manor and the estate grounds. I feel dreadful asking, but would you mind taking a quick look around the town to see if Claudia's there? Don't give it a second thought, my good man. We're on the case. Yeah, so because I've played these games so much, I feel like a standard playthrough just wouldn't do it justice, so I'm just going to try to do my best to not speed through the game. Professor, there she is. More so, I'm just going to give more of like a casual play of the game while also doing like a completionist. At least, I'm going to complete all the puzzles and the mini games that I can, including ones that you get in the bonus screen sections. Can't stop now, Luke. Let's give chase. Let's go find that cat. Oh, who could this be? Cough, hack, hack. Blast, that burns. Looks like the engine blew out. So this is St. Mystere, eh? The famed stomping ground of the late Baron Augustus Reinhold. I wonder what kind of tricks the old coot set up in this village before he shuffled off. Oh, Layton, you ridiculous dandy, just you wait. All the treasure you seek will be mine. I wonder who that could be. Surely not a recurring villain. Yes, there's a coin. I just want to make sure I can get whatever I can. You're going to be hearing that ding sound a lot, and I apologize for that if that causes problems. Oh, it's you, Mr. Please, call me Ramon. A hoo-hoo. Can I be of assistance? As a matter of fact, yes, Ramon. Lady Dahlia's cat slipped out of the house. Have you seen her about? Do you mean dear Claudia? I think I saw her pass through here and run into town a few moments ago. If that's the case, I'd sure wish he'd bothered to catch her before she ran away. But then we wouldn't have anything to do. You need something? You do, don't you? Yep, I can see it on your face. An open book is what you are. Excuse me, but you didn't happen to see Lady Dahlia's cat come through here a moment ago, did you? The fluffy white killer? Yeah, I think she ran toward the town square. Yep, she went that way. I see, thank you. Think nothing of it, buddy. If only all questions were that easy to answer. Well, then I'll be off. Who'd have thought he'd turn out to be such a nice guy? Shall we head for the town square? Indeed, let's be off. Hold on. Let's look what's behind the blue door. You see it? That blue door over there appears to open a crack. Care to take a look inside? Oh yeah, this is something I wish, could have been expanded more with some Layton games and whatnot, is the idea that, there's just random... Ooh, had to sneeze for a second. Thank God, I like this new mic. It just has a silent mute, so now instead of having to hear that click every time, like before, I can now just constantly do... Also, I found a charm. Also, I just said I can just constantly do it silently, if you're wondering. Let's do this chair puzzle. This one's easy. Which chair can be stacked? It's this one. But yes, as I was saying, in terms of Layton games, I wish they did more of just having just, like, little nooks and crannies of, like, buildings and whatnot that you could just go into and explore. I mean, I get it. These games were originally made for the DS, so not a lot of space. So if you were going to make these images and whatnot, these background images and whatnot, this one is 3 because 3 were blown out. It's interesting playing on this totally legitimate mobile phone, where I have to use the keyboard to input the answers. That's always a bit, you know, interesting to say the least, but, you know, it works, it works. I also have to resize everything in OBS because everything keeps changing every time I, like, screw around with it. But yeah, no, I love little things like this, where there's just this building here that just so happens to have, like, a hidden puzzle and a respawning puzzle, like, after every couple of chapters, and it's like... God, that's just so nice, because you don't meet anybody here. This room has no importance. There's just a puzzle here, and I love it. Like, and that's one of the things I really love about the Layton games, is that there's just, hey you, help me out here, would ya? I'm in a real pickle. Ooh, you can hear me sniffing. I'll try not to. What seems to be the problem, sir? Some knucklehead went and raised the bridge while I was on break. Then, as if that wasn't bad enough, that chowderhead made off with my only bridge crank. Oh dear, you mean to say... You got it, buddy. Until that thing shows up, no one's getting in or out of town. You don't have, like, an emergency, like, walkway? Still looking for the blasted crank, but I'm seeing too much red to get anything done. Humph. What kind of punk pulls a prank like this anyhow? Gotta breathe a little, you know, gotta... talking a little fast. Oh yeah, found this doodad in the street while I was out looking for the crank. Got any idea what it is? Another minigame! I get to build a dog. Spoiler alert. I'm gonna quickly do that. You get to build a robo-dog. This is and in every Professor Layton game forward, this little guy is going to help find, Pickerats. Hidden Pickerats. Or not Pickerats, hidden, hint coins. Oh, right, I gotta tap it. Because you go there. Well, no, it's like body, so you go there. New mystery, the crank. Someone's stolen the crank that controls St. Myster's drawbridge. The sole portal in and out of town until the crank is rediscovered. There is no way to leave the town. Why would someone steal the crank? To keep people from leaving, obviously. Also, I got a charm. I got this one, Aqua Aroma. Before I click on Claudia, what I was saying before is, like, I love... If there is one thing, I think the Layton games, all of them, and it doesn't matter which Layton game it is, even the Catriel Layton or the Versus Phoenix Wright game, and I'm really hoping World of Steam does, I love the feeling of just this world that's just this place that you just walk around and explore. one of the sad things I think that you don't really see about, especially these earlier games. The new trilogy, I think, does really well. Is that, especially because of the swap to 3D, is that you get to just explore these places, and it feels like, oh, you're actually walking from place to place. Whereas with, like, this game, sure, you get a general scale. Like, you can see on the top, like, you go here, and it's like, oh, you're in the station, and, you know, there's people, there's things, you know, and it's like, oh, that's cool. Oh, we can head in here. We can head in here early. Interesting. I'll do that real quick, then. Beloved. But yeah, no, I love the feeling these games give you of just exploring a place that's so vibrant and just pleasing to the eye, you know? Not a lot of games can do that. Oh, hello there. Welcome to the inn at St. Mystere. We're the only inn in town, you know. You see, visitors to our little village are quite rare. Ah, good day, madam. We seek lodging for the night. Do you have any open rooms to rent? No, my stars, with terrible timing. We're currently remodeling all of our guest rooms. Only rooms we have left in the attic, but if you don't mind that, I'll make sure you're very comfortable. I do hope you'll stay with us. It's been such a while since a fine gentleman such as yourself stayed with us. The rooms are, not very big, but I'm sure they'll I'll make sure they sparkle. Can you come back in a bit? I'll do my best to get you 2 normal rooms ready for you as soon as possible. Oh, thank you, but you needn't trouble yourself on my behalf. As long as I have a bed to sleep and I'm satisfied. Ah, yeah, about that. Oh, what terrible luck. You see, all the beds are out being refinished. But don't worry, Madame Beatrice is going to take good care of you two. I'll even drop the nightly rate. The final minigame, the inn, where you get to... This one, I doubt you could even... Then again, even though they're classified as minigames, I really struggle to actually call them minigames. Also, that background, like, kitchen area, we're gonna see this location again very soon, don't you worry. Whatchamacallit, yeah, I just love the feeling of exploring. Stash and Scarfin's got a puzzle for us. How go things? Learning the ins and outs of St. Mystere, are you? Yep, solving puzzles is the only way to get by here. That's what the villagers value most. So how about a puzzle right now? A little practice will keep you from embarrassing yourselves in front of others later. As a die-hard non-conformist myself, I'm a sucker for any puzzle out there you need to find the odd man out. Or I'm a sucker for any puzzle where you need to find the odd man out. Shoot, which one? 'Cause these are all, I believe... I think it's D, if I'm remembering correctly. 'Cause... Oh no, wait a minute. Yeah, I think it's D, because on D, this card is on top and this card's on bottom. I don't know if this card is on top, whereas if you can see, like with B, it's underneath. With A, it's underneath. With C, it's underneath. So it's D is the odd one out. Please be right. Yeah. 100% so far. That is great puzzle accuracy. You certainly showed that puzzle who's boss, didn't you? Seems the training I've given you has paid off. Feel free to thank me in a way you see fit. Well, be seeing you around. Got a painting scrap. Thank you, Mr. Scarfin. I shall be seeing you multiple times in the future. Back to the bridge. Now we can search around for stuff. Anything in the water? Let's do a quick Layton-mobile puzzle. Not even a Layton-mobile could make it cross the river, huh? But of course, much as I adore the contraption, it is just a car. Huh, our little exchange reminded me about a puzzle about cars. Now this is gonna give us a puzzle which every crappy mobile game ad would try to copy. You know the one, you gotta get the car out of the park, out of the parking garage. You know the type of puzzle. It's interesting because this is a much simpler version of that puzzle. Which is really interesting if I'm being honest. because it's like... Yeah, very simple. I don't know if I did it in the minimum, but even if I didn't, I probably got very close. 14. Damn, I was over halfway. Ugh, that over half, or over double. Yikes. That's not good, but that's fine. For me, I will accept it, because we get new gizmos. So one of the things about these mini-games is that they're technically not even mini-games. They don't really become mini-gamey until, what is it, the second game where they actually turn into mini-games? And then the third one has actual, like, mini-games. So here's the in minigame, the final minigame. Basically, over the course of the game, as you solve puzzles, you're gonna get furniture, and you gotta give it to either Layton or Luke. And basically, you want these bars at the top here to be filled up to what they both say is, like, perfect. And the way you can tell which piece of furniture goes to who is by these little quotes that they say. So Luke is saying this stool wouldn't be comfy, while Layton says, what a fine piece of furniture. He's happy about it, but Luke isn't. So we're going to give it to Layton for now. And of course, you can just tap on them to see, you know, how they're feeling. This one goes there. And then more stuff in the journal, looking at the inn and chasing Claudia. Again, I apologize if I've been very, like, motor mouth this entire time. I just... These games are just genuinely so wonderful that, like, you know, it just makes me just super... I'm just so happy whenever I am playing them. So, I had a message real quick. Sorry if I if I paused for a second. I gotta re-pull up everything. But yeah, no, it's just they make me so happy. If I remember correctly, this one is 1,000 because
I think I've got it.
yeah, because it would be the same thing every time. Yeah, that's another one of those ones where it's like, and that's a fun thing about certain Layton puzzles is that some of them are very deceptively easy. Some of them can be quite, you know, like legitimate brain teaser, but other times the puzzle is usually just like, oh, we're a little bit on the tricksy side. This is the town hall. What business do you have here? If you move to town, I strongly advise that you fill out the change of address form. Oh no, we aren't here for anything like that. Regardless, all town visitors must complete the proper forms. You can start with this one. So forms in this thing are puzzles. Anyway, how many times do you have to dip your pen in the ink in order to draw the thing? So in one dip, you make 3 triangles. So I forget if it's 7 or 9. So basically, 1. 2, 3, and I know I'm not the best at mouse drawing, so apologies. 4, 5, 6. And then if you can do 4, 1, 2, 3. So I'm gonna say it is 7, but because I'm a little unsure, I'm going to make sure that I got the answer correct. I'm gonna make sure I got it correct. That is not what I was looking for. Looking for the actual thing. Yes, 7. That is the correct answer. I came to the correct answer. And my solution is
Another puzzle solved.
perfect. Well, not perfect, but... Because that's the thing, right? Yeah, so this is another one of those things that... I'm not going to say this one is deceptively tricky. This one's just more about how accurately can you count, because one of these triangles, a whole dip, requires 4. Can make 4 triangles. However, instead of making 4 triangles, you can instead do 3 triangles, and then that automatically creates a 4th triangle. So you actually save up ink. Oh, while you're at it, I strongly advise that you drop into Granny Riddleton next door. She's a veritable treasure trove of puzzle-related informalia. Just beware, she's not always at home. I got another gizmo. I'm gonna quickly install that. There we go. But yes, let's go get this cat now. Ah, Fluffy, check. Purple bow, check. Sullen expression, check. No doubt about it, that's Claudia. Good eye, Luke. Now we've located her. The question at hand is how to go about catching her. Leave this one to me, Professor. Ah, yes, I'd forgotten that you have a way with animals. Well, go right ahead, then. Here, Claudia. Here, girl. Get attacked! Aye! Oh, I love this expression where he just gets the scratches and the tear. Luke, are you alright? I'm sorry I wasn't much help, Professor. She's far feistier than I imagined. Now we'll talk to, Deke over here. Hmm? Yeah, I saw that cat. She almost scratched your eye out. Help catch her, you say? Thanks, but no thanks. I like living. Did you see that ferocious beast? I'm not going anywhere near her. Could you at least tell us in which direction she ran off? I saw the killer scurry off westward. She had fangs the size of daggers. We can try to go to the door next door. Notice that this door is a different color than all the others in the area. Look at these vines. Have you seen vines growing on any other house? This nameplate says House of Puzzles. Indeed. I'm not quite sure what else lies behind the door, but it's clear there are puzzles hiding inside. Sadly, the door's shut tight, and there's no sense in waiting around for it to open. Let's return later. Yes, so we're gonna head west. A manhole. We're gonna go down that manhole later. First, I would like... I'm not gonna click on the poster yet. Can I... Yeah, I was about to say, could I avoid... Oh, nope, that's the... Nope. We'll talk to you real quick. Sorry to trouble you, man, but have you seen a white cat run by? White cat? Oh, yes, it ran over that way toward the park. And may I ask, what are you planning on doing once you find it? We're gonna take it back to Lady Dahlia. It's her cat, and she asked us to bring it back to her. You gonna try to catch the cat barehanded? Oh, good heavens. That's a bit naive, don't you think? Listen here, pal. Cats love treats, so try luring it over with some food. What do you suggest? I've got some old fish bones around here that I'm sure would make the go wild over. I'd be happy to give them to you if you solve this puzzle. Ah, pig pen partition. This is another one of those ones where it's like, is it tricky? Not really. All you gotta do is do this, you gotta do this, and then you gotta do that. Boom, boom, boom. Every pig is partitioned, and that's another puzzle solved.
Critical thinking is the key to success.
Good job, you made a lot of pigs happy. Must say I'm very impressed. Here you go then, some fish bones as I promised. Good luck with the cat. And then this angry gentleman over here. Oh, I've just had it this time. I think I'm gonna explode. Like a water balloon filled with rage. What's that? Why am I angry, you ask? Why am I angry? Let me in here, will you, guy? There are these 3 bozos in town, and they just can't stand, and we just can't stand each other. So bad that none of us want to see each other's ugly mugs, but St. Mystere ain't a big place, right? Sometimes we cross paths on the way to work, and just like that, bam, time for a screaming match. I'm sure do wish we could find a way to keep bumping into each other in the mornings. Hang on now, you look like you got a good head on your shoulders. Do a guy a favor and help me with this. It's time, unfriendly neighbors. This one's a lot simpler than you might think, because what we need to do... I forget, is that the answer? Because one of the things is we gotta make C go like this, then A goes around like this, then... well, actually, does A go around like that? I'm trying to remember. Because either D or B goes just straight across. Because then... Or maybe... Maybe B goes like this? Okay, how do you do it? Is it B that goes like this, and then D goes like down like this? Yeah, one of these kinds of puzzles, again, it could be very tricky because you might think the solution is something as simple as just like kind of go around, because because one of these, B or C, goes like this. And it is a bit tricky because I always feel like the solution is like D has to go like that, B goes like that, then C has to like kind of snake around, but I don't remember if it's... I forget which one has to be the snake. One of these has to be the snake. I just don't remember which one. Because I do remember you have to use up this bottom space a bit. Right, no, I gotta go around this way, then I do this. There we go. Easy peasy. See, this is what happens when you get your brain flowing a little bit. You get a good sense of the puzzle solving. Oh, thanks a million, guy. I can finally get to work without blowing my stack. I really mean it, pal. You're a lot smarter than you look. Oh yeah, let me clue you in. See that big old mess of a tower beyond the town square? Take a tip from me. If you know what's good for you, stay away from that thing. Well, right off, I'm off. Thank you, buddy. A strange gizmo. That guy gets so worked up when he turns red like a tomato. He looks so dumb. Let's head inside real quick. Yeah, the backstage area, or the bar area, even though... Ooh, sorry, sneeze there. Yeah, so the inn, for some reason, uses this backdrop as, like, its kitchen area for some reason. I don't remember why. There was, like, a thing in the design queue saying, like, oh, they never, like, they conceptualized, like, a bar, like a kitchen area, but they didn't actually finish one in time, so they were like, we'll just use this one. Hey, this is your first time here, isn't it? Well, if you're looking for a warm meal and a hot cup of tea, you've come to the right place. Strange, it should be so empty if the food's as good as you say. Hey now, boy, no need to get snippy. That's just how the restaurant business is. There are many times when the place is quite packed and times when things are, well, quiet. If it was always the lunch rush, how would I ever prepare food for the rest of the day? Oh, and speaking of preparation, I got a little problem in my hands. You see, I've got to divide this 8-quart pitcher between 2 equal portions, and here we get to a very classic kind of puzzle. Just a real, just simple one, where all you gotta do is start dividing. Boop. And boop. And I believe that is the quickest way to do it.
That should do it.
And it's funny, because once you know how to do one type of that puzzle, you essentially know how to do all the types. And it's essentially the same way, you just gotta keep moving it left to right. Yep, 7 moves. Oh, so that's how it's done. Great thinking, thanks a lot. If I ever have troubles like that again, would you mind if I call on you for help? I got another strange gizmo. Now this guy, he's the chess master. He's gonna give me, like, all throughout the game, as we move on, as we progress through chapters, he's just gonna give me a shoot ton of chess puzzles. But right now, he's gonna give us a different puzzle. He's gonna give us this one with coins. He wants us to flip the triangle upside down. And we just did that.
That should do it.
Easy peasy.
Another puzzle solved.
Booyah. Yeah, he's gonna give us chess puzzles in the big future. Yep, just as I thought, you guys are a bunch of puzzle nuts. Another strange gizmo. Samus is full of puzzle lovers like you two, but not all of them are nice like me. Watch your back. Is that a threat? No, it's not a threat. There is literally nobody who attacks you in this place, except for, like, 2 people. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Anyway, another puzzle. This is another match puzzle. Mystery item. This one, you gotta spell the word food. This is another one of those ones where it's like, oh my god, it's like, it took me so long to figure it out because it's like, this is kind of vague. But it's not vague enough. God, I cannot wait to get my, my friend Adam to try out these games, at least the first 3, because I'm only gonna make him play the first 3. The rest of them, he doesn't really need to. But yeah, no, these games, oh yes. Because even though he's not really much of a puzzle gamer, as one might say, I think he'll still get a kick out of, you know, stuff like the music. Oh my god, the music of these games is so good. This one is 59 minutes for 2 germs.
How does this sound?
Literally removing a minute from an hour. But yeah, no, I think the music, I think the art style, I think, weirdly enough, the atmosphere, because like I said, all these games, regardless of which one you play, I think they all have just a wonderful atmosphere to them. If I remember correctly, one of these stones has, like, a hint coin in it. I think. Yeah, that had a hint coin. Anyway, fish. Professor, there she is. Quickly then, use the fish bones. Here, Claudia. Come here, girl. Meow. We've done it, Professor. Here she comes. Excellent. Now we can head back to Reinhold Manor. Look at that happy cat. We've solved the cat. Having successfully caught Claudia, Professor and Luke decide to head back to Reinhold Manor. Are you becoming accustomed to moving around and investigating St. Mystere? Here's some advice to keep your investigation running smoothly. Some puzzles will disappear from their location in town as the story progresses. But there's no need to worry. Most of the unsolved puzzles are sent to Granny Riddleton's shack in the village square. Visit often to track down puzzles you passed up and work toward completing every game. Yeah, I'm going to try to not skip out on puzzles in their original locations if I can. I will say that is also something I've never done in all the games, is that I have, well, aside from Catriel Layton, because there is no Granny Riddleton in that game. Well, Granny Riddleton exists in that game as a character, but there's no, like, place to look for missing puzzles because that game's structure, but... And I don't remember if Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright had it too or not, but... Oh, it's simply awful. Come quick. What's the matter, Matthew? If you're worried about the cat, we've brought her back safe and sound. Oh, well, Madam will be very happy to hear that. But this is no time to worry about a cat. Just upstairs. Please, this way. So you're the famous Professor Layton, then? Name's Chelmy, Inspector Chelmy. And I'm the inspector on this case. Well, I'd hardly call it a case if this is about Claudia. We've brought her back safe and sound. Oh, Claudia, my baby. Mama missed you so much. What's this cat doing here? Why on earth would you bring an animal into a crime scene? Have some sense. You were out when this crime took place and don't know what's going on. Could you fill us in? There's been a murder, Professor. A man was killed here. What? Who's murdered? The victim was a resident of this address, one Simon Reinhold. Simon was... Approximately 2 hours ago, I received a report that a man had collapsed at Reinhold Manor. Upon arriving at the scene, it was apparent to me that Simon was already dead. I see, and the cause of death? I'm currently conducting an investigation to look into it. I'll just let you know, I'm looking at you as a potential suspect as well. The rest of the details concerning this investigation are classified. Speaking of the details, who placed the call to authorities? Are your ears clogged? You deaf? Didn't I tell you those details are classified? Alright, everyone, I'll be taking statements from each one of you in the other room, coming one by one. And let me make this clear, in no circumstances is anyone to leave until I've talked to everyone. Ask about the murder. Gordon here just wants his sandwich cut, which, you know, he's got his priorities, so... Oh no, this isn't the sandwich one. Each of the brothers is prone to fighting, can't stand being seated, is prone to fighting with the sibling directly above and below him in age. Also, 5 and 3 got into an argument and refused to sit next to each other. So it's something like, if I remember correctly, it's like... If I remember, it's like this? Because it's like, none of the ages, well, no, it'd be like, oh, shoot. Right, right, it's like this, I believe. I think? I'm gonna double check. I'm gonna double check. Double the check. Yes, it is correct. Haha, I am smart. I am very, very, very smart. Very smart when it comes to the solving of puzzles. Yes, so that's the answer. Right, this isn't the sandwich puzzle yet. We'll get to the sandwich puzzle. I assure you I had nothing to do with it, so please go out and find the real murderer. Of course. Of course, I understand your position. It appears I am a suspect too. I'll find out what I can. Another strange gizmo. Matthew, what do you got? Did you notice anything out of character, any strange characters around the manor at the time of the incident? Not a soul, I'm afraid. I didn't even know about Master Simon until Inspector Chelmy showed up. And where's Simon's body now? I didn't see this, but I was told the inspector carried the body out shortly after arriving. I see. Well, it looks like, for the moment, we are without a lead on this case. But you know, I found this in the room where Master Simon's body was discovered. It's a cog. What's this? Oh no, I seem to have just dropped my controller on the floor. How very terrible of me. Hold on, I'm going to quickly pick it up off the ground, because that's what I do, and I can bring the microphone around the side of my desk. Because that is something cool that I am able to do. Because having a mic arm is pretty damn awesome. You know, I really take this thing for granted, you know, because I used to, for like the first 2 years of doing YouTube, I just had like the mic on the stand, and I mean, it worked. I used to prop up the microphone. I don't know if any of you remember this, especially from when I did actually have face cam videos and whatnot. I used to prop my microphone on its box, like the box that it came on, to give it like height, which is like hilarious to think about. But it's like I didn't realize what mic arms were then, and even if I did, I definitely didn't have like money to get like a not an expensive one, but at least a decent one. Because like this mic arm that I have, it came with like a mic that was like kind of fine, but you know, all USB microphones in this day and age have what is it? Really good quality. Like technically, I got a new mic. I didn't really even need to. I only switched to this one because it's got a USB-C cable. It's got like a nice volume knob that I can just kind of adjust on the fly. The mute button not being clicky is one. Also, it's just got RGB in it, which is just very nice. But yeah, no, mic arm. Sometimes I take this thing for granted at just how nice it is to just not have to like sit in front of like a box with a microphone on it. Oh yeah, puzzle. Gotta find the dot. The dot is going to be it's gonna be here.
There we go.
Shoot.
Frankly, I'm ashamed.
Damn. Hold on 1 second. All right, there we go. We are back. Yes. So I had a little bit of a kerfuffle because, yeah, no. So, it's actually going to be right here because as you can see in this diagram, it goes from the red dot being there to the black dot being there, which means the black dot's here, which means when you flip it, it goes there. So here, if we take the thing, the black dot's going to be here, because then as you rotate it... Well, actually, no. It's going to end up right here. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. See, it's another one of those puzzles where it's like, oh, you gotta really think about it. And I love that. I respect that about all these games, especially these, like, first, like, the 6 games. When it comes to logic puzzles, because they really do make you think. My apologies, but I'm afraid I don't know anything that would aid your investigation. Not all, this small gear is more than enough for us to go on. But I do wonder why you're giving this to us. I believe you're a good man, Professor. I'm confident you will put the whole of this puzzle together. I appreciate the vote of confidence, Matthew. Mr. Chelmy, I will get to you in a second, but first I need to clear up some stuff. The cog, a small cog with intricately carved insignia, was recovered from the scene of Simon's murder. Perhaps the murderer dropped it when fleeing the scene. This one goes like right there. More gizmo pieces. And now this is going to annoy some people. I'm going to stop interacting. A biscuit charm is a biscuit. Oh, and we got one right here. A strawberry chocolate. Again, I don't really know what they do, but, you know. Is this everyone who was present at the site of the crime? I believe we're missing Ramon, sir. Ramon? Where is he, and what on earth is he doing? Matthew, fetch Ramon at once. To be honest, madam, thinking on it, I have not seen Ramon for a few hours now. What? Don't tell me he was taken as well. No, hold on. He's a suspect, too. Perhaps he fled the scene of this crime. Where could he be at a time like this? What if the murderer got Ramon, too? Hey, where did Lady Dahlia go? I believe Madam has retired to the adjoining room to relax on her own. She's a strong woman, but it's only natural she'd need to rest after a terrible event like this. Very well then, would you please let her know that I have something I'd like to talk to her about? But of course, Professor, please wait here. Lady Dahlia might act like an ice queen, but I guess even she was shaken by today's events. Luke, if you ever wish to become a true gentleman, you'll need to start showing a little more sensitivity. Oh, of course, Professor, I apologize, that was wrong of me. Madam, we'll see you now. Just head back through the doorway on the left. Thank you, Mr. Gordon, for moving. But right now, I'm going to rummage through yo stuff for coin. Lady Dahlia, I have a deep suspicion this murder is connected to the mystery of the golden apple. What? It's too early to say for sure, but I think it's highly probable that the two matters are linked. And you think that Ramon is somehow involved in all this? Potentially, yes. However, as of yet, we don't have any information to draw any solid conclusions. I see. If that's the case, I have a request for you, Professor. Find Ramon and bring him back here to me. It sickens me that I am being considered a suspect in this brutal crime. I must prove my innocence at once. As you wish, Lady Dahlia. We will ask around town to see what we can find. I appreciate your help, Professor. Well, then I'll be waiting for the good news in the parlor. We must find this man. The servant is missing. Yes, I will save my progress. 27 out of 27. Look at this picture. What is it, Professor? Oh, isn't that Lady Dahlia? She's holding a baby. That baby must be Baron Reinhold's daughter, then. Flora was her name, wasn't it? Gosh, what a cute baby. Lady Dahlia hasn't changed much, has she? You know, Luke, they say true beauty never ages. I suppose so, but even so, it makes me wonder. Maybe we can ask Lady Dahlia about it. Ah, one less coin, yes. Well, Chelmy first has a puzzle for us. By the way, Mr. Layton, I hear you're something of a puzzle connoisseur. This puzzle was popular when I left. I wonder if you have what it takes to solve it. 5 suspects. It's, the answer is 1. Only one of them is correct.
That should do it. Critical thinking is the key to success.
That's right. Every suspect accused a different number of people. Mr. Strongman. I suppose I should have given you a tougher puzzle to solve. You'd do best to put that brain of yours and find that gold apple everyone's buzzing about. Miss Dahlia. Pardon me, but we happened upon an adorable picture of you and your daughter Flora a moment ago. I beg your pardon? A picture of you holding a baby, the one that sits in the next room. I'm sorry, but you must be mistaken. I've never had any children. Huh? My apologies, madam. I must have been mistaken. At any rate, time is of the essence. Go find Ramon and bring him back, would you? If that's not Lady Dahlia in the photograph, then who on earth could it be? I think we'll do well to ask the butler a few questions. Perhaps he can clear this up for us. And clear this up he shall. Butler! Matthew, do you have a moment? Certainly, sir. How can I help you? It's about the picture of Lady Dahlia upstairs, the one of her holding a small child. Yes, about that old picture. That's not Lady Dahlia, I'm afraid. It's a picture of Baron Reinhold's former wife. But I'm certainly understand why you would have mistaken one another. They were virtually identical in their appearance, their gesture, even the way they moved. So that photo isn't of Lady Dahlia, but of the earlier wife of the Baron. Wow, imagine finding someone who looks that much like you. What are the odds? Is there a chance the two were relatives of one another? I've never heard anything to suggest as much, sir. It just happened one day. The Baron arrived home and at his side was Lady Dahlia. Sorry to say that's all I really know about the matter. Not at all. You've been most helpful. Thank you, Matthew. How odd. The more I hear, the stranger the whole affair starts to sound. Lady Dahlia's now in the thing, as well as a new journal entry. The lady. Baron Reinhold's late wife Violet is pictured cradling a baby in a photograph on Lady Dahlia's desk. While the two women seem to be complete strangers to each other, their resemblance to each other is too uncanny. What's really going on? Because here's one of the fun things about this thing that I'm sure showing to someone would, you know, just be exciting, is that just you already know the answers to the mysteries. Hold on, I'm gonna sneeze. God, I hate delayed sneezes. Oh, God, it's still winter time, so, you know, that kind of thing happens. Hi, Claudia. These are Simon's glasses. But how on earth did they end up here? This could be a key clue in the investigation. I think it best if we brought this to Inspector Chelmy. What's the matter, Mr. Layton? Inspector, take a look at these. These glasses belong to Simon. We found them in the garden. What the... I imagine they simply fell off the body when it was carried off out of the village. Besides, if you had enough time to manage the village and lost and found, shouldn't you be searching for the Reinhold inheritance or whatever it is you're supposed to be doing? Of course, if you continue to interrupt my investigation, I have some ideas about what you can do. My sincerest apologies, Inspector. I don't like that Chelmy one bit. He reeks of smoke, and he's so full of himself, and the way he treats you, Professor, is just too much. Luke, my boy, pay it no mind. Right now, we have other priorities. Let's go around and find Ramon. Hello. Look at you fritting away there. What's the matter? Sorry to trouble you, but did you happen to see Ramon around here today? He was just here until a while ago. No, I can't believe I've seen him today, which is strange considering how often he sneaks off the job. But enough of that. I hear you're quite the ace with poozles. Mind helping me out with this poozle? Oh, right now, we're sort of in the middle of something right now, but if you insist. If you insist. Puzzle. You can't do that one in one line, because this one you just kind of go around. This one, just kind of go around. This one you can do, but the bar, no.
There we go. Every puzzle has an answer.
The method, which it's referring to, by the way, is the number of three-way intersections in line art. So, like, if you have a line that's like and you have like too many of those, or I believe it's like if you have an even number of those, then the one-line puzzle is impossible. However, if you have an odd number, it could be possible depending on what kind of image is drawn. Sinking ship. How many people will live? Only 13 of the 15. It is sad. 2 people die. You know, sad that they died. But it took me 5 times as long to get that one. Did it, Luke? Did it? I doubt it. Hey, you two, what's up? Let me in on the secret. I've got it, don't tell me I got you. Out searching for somebody, huh? Hitting the street for info. Yeah, but sorry, I haven't seen your man. Are you sure you didn't see or hear anything that might help us? No, I got nothing for you. Quick asking me about it, sheesh. I see. Well, in that case, thank you for your time. Oh yeah, and good luck with your crazy search. 2 crazy kids on a crazy search, right? Right. But definitely don't go poking around the town on the north side of... the tower on the north side of town. Got it? Yeah, I got it. Tower on the north side of town? How do you even get to that part of town? Remember the clock tower in the square? I believe we must pass through it to get to the north side of town. Let's go check it out. But first, there's another candle. There's another candle puzzle. I can't wait to merge. It's very simple. It's very simple. The bed will go to Layton because Luke wants the cushy bed, I remember. That's the clock tower you're talking about, right, Professor? Yes, quite right. Someone's standing under the entrance. But first, I'm going to talk to you real quick. Is it true what they're saying about a murder at Reinhold Manor? A murder in our little village? The very idea gives me goosebumps, and a great idea for a novel. Oh, excuse my insensitivity, I'm just always on a new outlook for new ideas. How can I help you? We're looking for Ramon. Have you seen him? No, I can't say I've seen him today. But if your search around town has turned up, he's probably at the park or in the tower. You know, somewhere the villagers don't normally go. The tower, huh? Oh, you should stay far away from that tower as possible. There are all sorts of bad rumors about it. Sure seems that way. We keep running into people who say that. Just what are the rumors? Just, you know, bad stuff. There's something really scary about that tower. And then you get this little cutscene of just... look at it. Granny Riddleton's shack is now open. Seems to be a puzzle embedded in the door. Fascinating, this puzzle appears to be acting as some sort of lock. How delightful. Luke, why don't you give this a try? You ready to be a burglar? Breaking and entering? You gotta start out young. It's one of these. I hate, with a passion, sliding puzzles. I just cannot stand sliding puzzles. Some of them can be really easy like this one, but other times, oof. Other times, if I'm doing a sliding puzzle, be very expectant of me to just pull out a guide. on how to do these, because, like, oh, I do not like sliding puzzles. The door should open now. Let's go. Granny with her bucket and her broom. Hello. Why, howdy. Do you often find yourself hopelessly, achingly, painfully stuck on puzzles? Well then, Sonny, you've come to the right place. Welcome to Granny Riddleton's Puzzle Shack. Granny Riddleton? Where can we find this lady? Isn't it obvious? She's right in front of you, boy. No wonder you're having trouble solving puzzles. Yes, you are gazing at the beautiful and clairvoyant Granny Riddleton, guide to the puzzled puzzlers. Beautiful and clairvoyant? Rusty, do you know what she's on about? Fret not, Luke. Why don't you let me do the talking here? Sorry to disturb you, Miss Riddleton, but by clairvoyant, you mean to say that you have psychic powers. Can you do things like, say, pick out a criminal out of a crowd or visualize the location of lost objects? Psha, any fortune teller can do that. So what if you can see a few days into the future? Big whoop. My speciality, you see, is puzzles. Puzzles people forget about? Puzzles people miss? Surely you boys have had a few of those, eh? No need to turn red, it happens to the best of puzzles. What I do, you see, is I take those poor lost puzzles and invite them to come stay with me. Wow, so those puzzles that we tried but weren't able to solve, those puzzles are here now? Looks like you finally figured out what makes me so amazing, boy. Now go ahead and give a knock on that door behind the little shack. Inside you'll find rows of cute little jars, each one of them stuffed with a forgotten puzzle. Bet you can find those lost puzzles of yours somewhere in the midst of all my precious little pretties. But right now, there are no puzzles because I've solved all of them so far. Ah, what the heck was that sound? Oh, I've had it. Would someone please stop that awful racket? What's the matter, sir? Who are you calling sir? I'm a young man. Ah, but never mind that, I'm furious. That sound, that horrible noise, I can't get a wink of sleep at night. Used to be the tower only made noises every once in a while, but recently it's been roaring non-stop. How am I supposed to sleep? You hear me, you stupid jerk of a tower? How am I supposed to sleep? Please calm yourself, sir. Do you have any idea what the source of that deafening din is? You know, now that you mention it, I don't have the slightest clue. I hear it's the roar of a huge monster that lives in the tower, but who knows? So the noise is coming from the tower, is it? I believe that does not add a new mystery. But I do have new gizmos. Yeah, see, Layton appreciates a good bed. Luke doesn't. You got a puzzle for me? Oh, this time I'm just livid. It's too much to take. The needle on my wrath meter is completely buried. Why am I so worked up, you ask? It's that blasted puzzle. I've been trying to work it out since yesterday. I just can't get it, and it has me so steamed I can't sleep. You stupid jerk of a puzzle. Come here and take a look, will you? Alright, this is another one of those deceptively hard ones. How many pills do you need to keep track of? You only need to count 8, because you're going to take 1, then you need to count them, and then the last one you can just leave unmarked.
Luke, here's my answer.
That one also had me stumped a lot. God, I remember when we get to the one puzzle that I just could not solve. What were you thinking, man? And here I was ready to solve it all by myself. Why'd you have to go and ruin everything? The nerve! Well, that's solved. I can finally sleep again, so I guess I owe you. I know you both have your work cut out for you, so good luck, yeah? And does Andrea... No, she doesn't have a puzzle. Or Audria. Tee-hee, that guy gets so worked up he turns red like a tomato. So dumb. New puzzles for me? New puzzles for me. Hey there, gents. Out looking for something again? We were called to St. Mystere to locate the Golden Apple. We came all the way from London. But we keep getting sidetracked by unrelated matters. We haven't made any progress in our investigation. Sorry to hear things aren't going smoothly. Well, you like puzzles, don't you? You'll fit in right here. I'm breaking a sweat here trying to keep things together. Would you mind helping me out with the problem? I need some milk to divvy up. More... You got more pictures? You gotta divide the thing into the pictures. You gotta do the thing. Gotta do the thing. the pitchers and filling the milk and... Yeah, you gotta in the pitcher. And you did it again. Yeah, it's very easy once you understand how to do one of these puzzles. You can do all of the puzzles. And I even did in the shortest. Now I can finally start on the scones. There must be some way I can return the favor. Well, this being a restaurant, come by and eat whatever you like. It's on the house. Also, thank you for the gizmo. You don't have chess puzzles yet, which is interesting. I do find that kind of interesting. Is the sign puzzle here yet? Nah, the sign puzzle is not here yet. However, Miss Beatrice here does have a puzzle for us. It's the dustpan puzzle. We must get the dust in the pan. Watch and learn. Booyah.
Luke, here's my answer. Critical thinking is the key to success.
That's correct. Do your part to keep Saint Mystere clean. Oh yes, it says I suspected the first time I laid eyes on you, I knew you were a man who knows puzzles. The rug will go to Layton because that's a beige-ish kind of rug, and Layton does love his beige. Let's see. We're gonna talk to Mr. Deke. Hey there, you've been pretty busy solving puzzles, yeah? If you want to pass through here, you need to have solved at least 12 puzzles. I've solved, what, 38? Looks like you already done that. Well, I guess I lied to you then. If you really want to pass through here, you gotta solve one more. Strange dots. That one stands for 3. Because it's clocks. It's a clock! Get it? Ah!
Every puzzle has an answer.
Again, this isn't a normal playthrough of this game. This is just a casual run through. Way to go! You've earned it, mister, so come on through. Are you still after that scary cat? We're looking for one of the Reinhold employees now. He's a man by the name of Ramon. You haven't seen him about, have you? Ramon, huh? Yeah, I think I might have. Oh gosh, where did I see that guy? Maybe you're better off asking someone else. Go ask Lucy. She's standing under the clock tower. Now the door is open. And the time changes. You can finally pass through the clock tower to the north side of town. How exciting. Can't wait to see what's in store for us. Oh, this puzzle. Okay, this one. I'm gonna try to do without a guide, but my God, I hate this sliding puzzle that we're about to... Yeah, see, he likes the rug. I hate this puzzle coming up. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. I absolutely hate. But first we'll solve a puzzle that I'm fine with. There's a different cat and he's playing with a mouse. Too many mice. Oh, this puzzle. This is one I got stumped on. So much. Because it seems like a math puzzle. The type of mouse we have here gives birth once a month, 12 babies each time. Baby mice mature and can give birth 2 months after they're born. After picking up one of these mice, you bring it home the day after it was born. In 10 months, how many mice will you have? You think it's a simple math problem, but the thing is, you've only bought a mouse. You've bought a mouse. And it's hilarious because the DS version, you don't have 3 character limit, you have a 6 character limit. So if you do math, you could get a number that's like 5 digits, up to 5 digits. And it's like, wow, that's a lot of mice. But it's like, no, it's so simple. So simple. Anyway, let's do the terrible puzzle. A worm's dream. This little shit right here wants his apple. But there's a problem with that, see, because all these things are getting in the way of that apple-y dream. So what you gotta do is you gotta rearrange the apple pieces so that they don't get in the way. Of course, this doesn't seem that difficult at first, but as you can tell, it could probably take a little bit of canoodling to get to the right answer, which, by the way, I will say, is not obvious in the slightest. Yeah, because you always end up in this kind of a situation where you got the pieces almost lining up. But then there we go. 115 frickin' moves. And look at the nerve of this guy saying, oh, no, it doesn't tell you. I remember the original puzzle telling you, oh, you can beat it in as little as 60-something moves. And it's like, screw you, you stupid puzzle. Anyway, hello, Loose. What you doing? I can tell you want to ask me something, but do you mind solving a puzzle first? My little brother and I came up with this one. Brother and sister. If I took 2 years from my age given to you, you'd be twice my age. Well, why don't you just give me 1 more on top and I'll be 3 times? Isn't it like... She's like... 6. They're both 6. Because then it'd be 4 and 8 and then 3 and 9, which would make sense.
There we go.
Yes! My brain cannot stop the puzzling. That's right, the conditions in this puzzle only work out if both the brother and sister are currently 6. Which is interesting to think about, however. What is it? I'm having a brain fart. Was that too easy for you? Oh well, hey look, you looking for the guy from the mansion, Ramon? He may look sedate, but boy does he like the nightlife. He's buddies with that party animal, Jarvis. Jarvis? I don't believe I know the man. Where might we find him? Well, you see, Jarvis isn't the type to place much value in being gainfully employed. This time of day, he's probably lazing around those steps to the north. Just head up north until you hit a fork in the road, then take the path to the right. Oh, I have to go now. Let's play again later. Give me the gizmo. Our dog is coming together. As well as our painting. Because you may think a 20-piece painting, or a 25-piece painting, not that much really, but it adds up. Let's talk to you. Zapone. What's this? Yes, it's just as expected, I can tell from here, sir. You want to have something to ask me, no? Don't even try to hide it. It's in your eyes, and ask you as you may after you solve this puzzle for me. Island hopping. This is another one of those ones where it's like, tricky. But that's the thing, if I remember correctly, it's like boom, 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 boom. Hold on. Whoops. Yeah, because it's boom, 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 boom. Yep, it's that.
Luke, here's my answer.
Correct.
Another puzzle solved.
Yes! Not exactly how I did it, but we still got the same answer. Just as I suspected, a fellow detective, your skills at puzzle solving are formidable. Dare I say, they approach my own. It's the eyes I say, they never lie. And when they do, I know. And then Ekis again. Oh dear, your fortune for this month looks abysmal. I recommend solving my puzzle if you want to avoid this terrible potential. Yeah, nah, you just want me to solve your one-line puzzle. This is another one of those. So, like, see here. There's too many of these intersections where you keep getting these, like, 3 points of contact. Not to say that that can't be useful. Like, for instance, here there's 3 points of contact. However, that actually disproves my point. Hold on. It's also about where you start. Like, this is one of the solvable ones, because you start, what is it, here, 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 and then the glasses you can do, and then the bow you can do because it has this line in it. The hat, however, it's got too many of these points. It's got too many of these cross sections that you can't really work with. And if the hint describes it better than I can, I'll just, you know, steal my homework. When examining a picture, the key is to spotting a fake is looking at the areas where multiple lines intersect. When looking at these areas, take note of whether the number of lines running through a given point are odd or even. If all intersections contain an even number of lines, or if there are two intersections that contain an odd number of lines, you should be able to draw a picture in one line. Yes, so as you can see, there is 1, 2, 3, 4 intersections here, but they're all odd. My, that was quick. Were you that scared of a month's worth of bad luck? Well, I'm sorry to say that there's nothing you can do to change fate. You'll just have to tough it out. Well, why give me the dang fortune if you're just gonna... Give me the puzzle. Is there... There it is, puzzle. We have a hidden puzzle. Splitting it up. The cubes. How many cubes have only one side painted? That's gonna be 6. Uh-oh. Oh, something happened. Okay, we are back. I think the game crashed. Which is interesting, because I've never had that happen before. How many of these things? Yeah, because usually the text thing up here was supposed to pop up, but it didn't. So 6 of the 27 will have one side painted. There we go. See, this is why you save your game. Thankfully, this remake gives you autosaves. Thankfully, because I will say this, I've never had the game crash on DS. Any of the games crash on DS, might I say. However, if they do crash on you, whew, you're in trouble. Because that's old school saving, where if you don't save, that's a lot of progress lost. Now I got a puzzle from this man. How old is Dad? Dad is 44, and he says it so weirdly. Also, his mustache is a little tiny thing, so.
Another puzzle solved.
I guess I was on the right track all along. Thanks for your help, boys. Sorry for taking up so much of your time. I'll let you get back to what you were doing. Oh, no worry. Just, please repay me with hinted coins and a charm. Oh, it's been a hot second since we've gotten a charm. What's that charm? Diamond drop. Another 100 puzzle points. Whatever that means. Also, we're close to having our doggy companion. Are you the buddy? Let me tell you, lately St. Mystere has become a dangerous place. And boy, I haven't seen Ramon since yesterday. Is that rascal missing or something? I don't know why people are disappearing, but recently they just vanish. Poof! Can't walk the streets alone. Really? Could you please elaborate a bit more on what you know about these mysterious disappearances? Nope, can't say I know the particulars on the subject. Seems to me that the only folks vanishing were the ones complaining of feeling sick or tired. Ah, shucks, I don't really remember much about it. You probably better luck talking with Zapone about this stuff. I hear he's in the know about pretty much everything. Zapone, you say? Where might we find this person? Who's-a, was-a? You mean you didn't bump into him on the way here? He's the slouchy guy with the fancy little mustache. You know him when you see him. Wow, it sure must be hard to catch a lead on this case. The day is far from over, Luke. Let's see if we can find out by asking anyone around. Village disappearances added to the thing. But first, we also got journal entry, as well as new mysteries. Abduction. Rumor has it the number of villages have disappeared recently. Oddly enough, those who disappear, or are abducted as some suggest, often do so after complaining of general fatigue or other minor health issues, which must mean that the people who are getting stolen are sick. Maybe it's like an abduction. That door doesn't open. We'll go to that door soon. First, we're going to talk to this man. Oh, hello there. Say, Sonny, you haven't seen a big coin around here, have you? Could have sworn that I dropped a lovely one somewhere nearby. See, I always seem to be losing things nowadays, and replacing them gets pretty expensive. I've become quite a penny pincher. Don't suppose you wouldn't mind advising me on a tiny money matter, would you? Oh, I'd be happy to, I'd be happy to help you with your money. Spare change. I'll say. Puzzle number 41. Now, this is one of those ones where you gotta, like, use the memo system, you gotta draw the line, you gotta get the coins. However, it wants the coins that you're gonna catch. I've done this numerous times to know it's 9. You're gonna get 9 coins out of the, what is it? There's like 20-something of them. So.
There we go.
See, I'm a genius.
Puzzle has an answer.
That's right. You'll gather up 9 coins when the rope is pulled taut. It's really quite a simple puzzle, but following every coin's path does take quite a bit of time. My, what a sharp fellow you are. Now, do an old man a favor and help me search for that coin, eh? Oh, no. I ain't gonna help you with no coin. I ain't gonna help you with no coin, see? I'm doing my own thing. I can't go back there yet. What's that? Where does this path lead? Let's investigate later. See, that's also a thing that happens sometimes. Is that the game will give you, like, little hints at, ah, look, I only need 1, 2, 3 pieces. And then our dog is done. Mr. Zapone? Looking into the mysterious disappearances around the village, are you? Well, let me give you my take on the situation. Well, Something the matter? Ah, yes, now I remember. If it's a rumor you're after, take a tip from a fellow detective. Go ask Crouton. Or Crouton. He owns the restaurant in town. Talk to Crouton. You looking for the restaurant now? It's not far, just head a little west of here. But before you run off again, I've got a tip for you. If you want to experience all that St. Mysterious offers, you can't just run from point A to B. Take some time and explore the city from corner to corner. You'll be glad you did. Much appreciated. We'll be sure to give it a try. Come, Luke, we have work to do. Well, first I'm going to head in here. Does the mayor have a puzzle? He does not have a puzzle. He doesn't. Does this little guy, Percy, has a puzzle? Give me your puzzle. How many sheets? If I remember correctly, it's... Whoops. I accidentally unfull screened the thing. That is my bad. I did not mean to do that. But no, if I'm remembering correctly, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like 5 is the answer.
Luke, here's my answer. Another puzzle solved.
Woohoo! This puzzle seems straightforward, but it's quite formidable. Not really. Beautiful work. But I think the puzzle I've written into my next novel will be even harder than that one. If you have time, stop by later. I'm sure to have an utterly fascinating puzzle. Oh yeah, that's another thing Layton games do where certain characters that give you puzzles sort of have their own little, like, side story going on. I think that's really nice and really clever. It's just cute when you're able to, like, have, It's like you got stories within stories, and I always find that fascinating. Anyway, you have a puzzle. No, you don't. Just gonna skip through your dialogue. And then do you have a puzzle? Nah, I'm just gonna skip through. We're gonna go to Crouton. Do you have a puzzle? You do not have a puzzle yet. No. Mr. Crouton. Ramon? He hasn't been around today? It looks like we've hit another dead end. Too bad you couldn't find him. He usually skips out of work and comes here to gossip and have coffee. And you know, speaking of gossip, I've heard some weird rumors from my customers lately. Recently there's been talk of some strange old man running around St. Mysterious kidnapping people. Kidnapper? Who is this old man? I heard all this secondhand, so you got me there. You need to find a better source of village gossip. You might want to try your luck at the cafe. Usually you hear rumors straight from the source there. It's almost sunset now, so the cafe should be open for dinner. Mysterious old man kidnapping village folk. Now that's rumor. And now, we've completed chapter 3. Well, kind of completed chapter 3, because we didn't find him. However, we do now know. Oh, shoot, I missed a few puzzles. That's okay. Professor, it's getting dark out. I'm afraid that's my cue to start closing up shop. Come by tomorrow if you're hungry. Now it's time for Night Mystere. Luke, let's take a moment to sum up our findings. We've had a strange roaring tower, disappearing villagers, and an odd elderly kidnapper. It's also so bizarre. Can't make any sense of it at all, Professor. I think we finally got some clues on our hands, my boy. Observing the nightlife in this village might tell us more of what we need to know. Great idea, Professor. Chapter 4, Nighttime. It's now the time of night, which means we get to savor progress. And more importantly, for me at least, I'm not going to end the session. I am going to take a quick break, so I'll be back in a sec. Back from the break, but just listen to that music. Oh, isn't that just wonderful? And anyway, now that I'm back from break, I'm going to start clicking on a bunch of stuff again because certain things, there's new things now. Oh. There's new things. Plus, I believe... Oh yeah, we got a new charm, the minty cupcake. As well as, we already saw the diamond, as well as this, a ribbon-wrapped gift. Yeah, this is the nighttime variant of the Curious Village, so we're gonna get some scenes that, you know, we haven't seen before. Gonna talk to some people. You know, like Deke over here, he's a bit tired. He's just gonna keep yawning at us. You know, as you do. But yeah, right now we're just gonna walk around. We're gonna solve some people's nighttime puzzles, because nighttime puzzling is always the best time for some puzzling. Speaking of nighttime, it's about to be nighttime for me, so I should dim the lights a bit and get into a comfy mood. Aliens, they want something. They want a compass. This is another one of those puzzles where I got incredibly stumped as a kid because I didn't know the word compass. I knew it as a protractor, but obviously that doesn't fit. And I didn't know the this other word for it, so that was a little spot of bother, one might say. Yeah, I know it as a protractor, but obviously some people know it as a compass. Some people know it by a bunch of names. So one thing I will say, with a few friends, I'll occasionally bring up a Layton puzzle as like just a little, oh, here's a fun thing we can do. And one of them usually likes to bring up the fact that sometimes Layton puzzles, they'll do this odd thing where sometimes they'll just ask for answers, where in certain puzzles where, you know, sometimes there's just multiple answers to a puzzle, you know, and you know, depending on how you think about it, it'll be a minute. 1 minute. Because it doesn't matter. It's like the gardening puzzle. It doesn't matter how long it takes for someone to do it. Or it doesn't matter how long it takes for them to do a lap. All it matters is how many laps they do. And we found the gizmo piece. But yeah, no, sometimes, depending on the answer to a... Oh, right, no, that's for the $100 bill, right, because the case is worth $5.
Here's my answer.
But yeah, sometimes a Layton puzzle will do that thing where, depending on how you interpret the puzzle, you could easily come to a different answer. And, you know, that's a bit of fair criticism I will give, you know, to some of these puzzles, because Layton puzzles tend to have make you want to think about them in a certain way. Puzzle? Ah, there it is. I think, the, totally legitimate phone is having a bit of a problem. Hold on. Okay, I think I've got it working properly. There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, I should probably mention I'm using BlueStacks 5 and not BlueStacks 10, because BlueStacks 10, I just find that's just a lot more buggier than 5, even though 5's technically older. Thus, it's a bit outdated, and certain games just kind of have problems. But I don't let that bother me so much. You know, just, you know, try to get done with just how I can. Because I think, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I believe that is correct. Yes.
There we go.
Perfect streak of puzzles, which is exactly what I want. I want to finally do perfect pick-a-rats, as I mentioned previously. So I am on my way to do that. Hello there, boys. Turning in for the night already? Not yet, I'm afraid. We're still surveying the town. By the way, have you seen Ramon around lately? Ramon? That skinny man with the big purple lips? No, he hasn't come today. But you know, for all his fancy clothing, I hear he's actually quite the layabout. He's probably off idling at the cafe. Why not go check for him there? I see. If that's the case, I'd like to go to the cafe right away. Do you mind keeping the front door open a little longer? Oh, don't you worry, Professor. Another guest arrived to stay the night, and I'm setting up his room. Besides, my door is always open for a dashing gentleman such as yourself. Yeah, so right now we can't actually go into the inn room right now, but we do get another matchstick puzzle. I know some people can be iffy on these matchstick puzzles because they only really appear in this first game. They don't really reuse the matchstick puzzle. I will say, there's a lot of elements from this first game that don't end up getting reused in future games. The chapter system gets reworked starting game 2. Well, technically every game has its own variation of the chapters system. This one has a very sort of, I won't say generic, but a very sort of like mundane-esque chapter system. Diabolical boxes is more... The diabolical box and, what is it? Diabolical box and Unwent Futures chapters are sort of similar. Can't go to the manor, which means this right side of town is completely locked off. Oh goodness, whatever shall I do? What seems to be the trouble, sir? Let's see here. Strong, young, and you look like you have a good back. Oh, thank heavens you came along. I beg your pardon? I've searched everywhere and I couldn't find the thing. Oh, I suppose I've dropped it while I was out strolling by the park this afternoon. I would go search for it myself, but it's gotten dark out. It is awfully scary out there. Nothing of the sort. It's just that, well, I'm no spring chicken anymore, and my eyes aren't as sharp as they used to be. So how about it, Sonny? Will you help an old man and go search in front of the park for me? What? We're in the middle of an investigation right now. Now, Luke, no need to be rude. After all, the park is but a small ways away. And who knows, we might actually find some new information to aid our case there. Besides, helping those in need is the duty of any gentleman. Splendid. I'll wait right here for you to come back. I'm counting on you. One more detail, please, sir. What exactly did you drop? Oh, now, what was it? Oh, that's right. It was my watch. Actually, it was my best wristwatch. Bring it back for me, Sonny. I will say, one feature that was in the OG Curious Village that isn't in this in this system is every time you click a person, you'll see these 4 like speak bubble dots. That used to just be the exclamation mark, or I guess in this game it's the I believe it's the question mark. Let me check with Deke. Yeah, it's the question mark now, because ever since I believe it was Miracle Mask, they changed it to the question mark instead of the exclamation mark. But Curious Village had this interesting thing where no matter who you talk to, it was always pop an exclamation mark. And that kind of annoying, you know, as a young kid trying to search for like, oh, where's that last puzzle? And every person, especially having played future installments, and it's like, oh, does this person have a puzzle? And because, you know, it was the first DS game, it would take a little bit to load after a conversation ended. So it's like, oh, is it going to start a puzzle? And it's like, no, it's not going to start a puzzle. Which was, you know, always a shame. So I'm glad for this remaster. They fixed it, you know, and got people speaking in the talk bubbles instead of the exclamation points. Although I do miss the exclamation marks. I think if there's one thing I wish they kept from what was it? Just original was just I wish they had the exclamation marks. Because they just added such a charm. They added almost like their own version of Metal Gear, you know, where it's like the puzzle, you know. But you know, while it is sad to see that go, I'm still fine with question marks and whatnot. What other features did they change? It always surprises me just how consistent the journal has been from like beginning of series to like to versus Phoenix, right? Because I know in Professor Layton they did away with the journal. And whatnot, you know, how dare they? You know, it's a pivotal piece, you know. And the mysteries, this is one that's definitely changed up, because in what was it? In this relatively stays the same for Curious Village and Pandora's Box. It changes starting in Unwound Future, where in Unwound Future you get extra bits of mystery, and then that stays the same in Spectre's Call, and then obviously in Miracle Mask, Azran Legacy, and versus Phoenix Wright. Obviously, the mystery system is their own unique thing for each game. You know, each individual game has their own unique way of doing the mysteries, you know, so that's kind of so-and-so. The hint coin system, surprisingly, stays the same. You just click around, find hint coins, which, you know, pretty cool. So we found this guy's watch. He's going to give us a puzzle. It's a maze puzzle. This one is about which one can he not go to. I believe it's B, because all these other ones can get out by going to a turn. However, there's no way to get into these lanes here without going into a turn, if I'm correct. So let me see, because, like, yeah. A, G, because you have to turn at every intersection. And then I could go here, there. I could go here. You have to do a turn at every intersection. Yeah, because B, you'll always end up here. you'll always end up going this way. You always end up going from this way to this way and then going around. You'll never end up going from, like, here or something, you know? So it's, yeah. It's one of those clever ones.
Critical thinking is the key to success.
Yeah. Also, just, you know, keeping the streak alive, because, you know, if I'm going to do these Layton games, I want to at least want... Is Layton's outline on his hat kind of done bad? I think that just might be the scruffiness of, like, the actual drawings, because that's another thing that's changed. These, outlines. Everybody talks face forward towards, the camera. Whereas in future installments, everybody... Because, like, yeah, Layton and Luke are, like, looking forward. Even though Luke is kind of off to the side a little bit, like, in terms of his profile, he's still kind of looking forward. But starting in Diabolical Box and moving forward, everybody's kind of looking towards each other in text boxes, which I think it is nice, because I feel like just having Layton stare you down all the time, you know, while it is funny, you know, in hindsight. 5 cats, 5 mice, 5 minutes. Well, it's gonna be 5 cats, 100 mice, 100 minutes.
Well, here's my guess. Layton's apprentice saves the day.
Yeah, because in this point, all the information on that puzzle, the trick with that one is, obviously, the only information you know is 5 cats can catch 5 mice in 5 minutes. That one is M. So, you know, that if that's the only information you're given, 100 minutes, 100 mice, well, you would think 100, no, because that would make sense. Uh-oh, did it? Oh no, I think it might have crashed. Okay, good. I think I'm going a little too fast for it. I don't think the emulator likes the fact that I'm solving these puzzles so quickly. Layton can get the bookcase. It doesn't like that I'm being a bit of a speedster. Which I guess is fair. You know, I may be going a little faster than usual. But, like, come on. You know, I just know what I'm doing. Hello. Marco. Give me your puzzle. I want to solve your puzzle. OTTF. This one is F.
There we go. Every puzzle has an answer.
There we go. Looks like you solved it all right. Of course, we all knew a brainiac like you would solve it. If you're looking for the cafe, it's right there. But it's way past the kids' bedtime. This is something that interests me. A cafe that's open only in the nighttime. That's always that interests me for some reason. Also, we can go in here where we can find this man just eating to his heart's content, and there's a puzzle in his meat. Why is there a puzzle in his meat? I don't know. Right, this one never really... I never knew how to do this one, so it's like this line is gonna end up coming here. Yeah, I legitimately do not remember how you solve this one, because I'm assuming you just gotta figure out how to match the reds and the blues. And I'm assuming, I'm gonna double check, because I want to make sure I get this right. I believe it is C. Yes, it is C. Right, because I think that's the only one where it matches.
Layton's apprentice saves the day.
You know, obviously you might be thinking, oh, are you using a guide to just help you with these puzzles? This is huge. Listen, I have played these games so many times. So many times. You couldn't even count the amount of times on fingers and toes just how many times I've played these games. You gonna say anything? Hey, what do you want? Start drawing so I can get back to dinner. So suppose you haven't seen Raymond? Gobble, snarf, nom nom. Of course I've seen him. He's kind of hard to miss with those huge purple lips, but I haven't seen him today. Now, if you haven't noticed, I'm in the middle of important business. He's just eating in his house, you know, just as you do. You know, in your own private residence that we've just kind of barged into, you know, unannounced, unaccounted for. Coin. Now, one thing I do like, which I don't remember if... they do have it in this system, where depending on the amount of hint coins you collect, you get... This portrait changes. So, if you collect... I believe it's 100... It's over 120... I think it's 100 and something, like maybe 20 hint coins. If you collect 120 hint coins, you get Layton wearing a crown. There we go. Had it a little wrong. Ooh, and I had a sneeze. Hello, angry man. What do you got for me? Can't sleep because of this stupid puzzle. I've been tossing and turning for hours. I'm gonna lose it for real this time if I don't get it figured out. Gah. God, I'd really love, like, a Layton collection for Switch. I hope with the release of... Nah, I'm gonna restart because I can draw this better. I'm hoping that next year when the Switch 2 gets announced, and obviously World of Steam is going to be compatible, because what is it? They've already mentioned that, yeah, whatever the Switch successor is, it is going to be backwards compatible, which, you know, thank God Nintendo's finally embracing that kind of shit, because, trust me, having to originally go from GameCube games to Wii games, which could already play, to going from Wii U, which couldn't play GameCube games, to now playing Switch games, which just don't play any kind of disc type thing. It's just kind of annoying. If I remember... Oh, right, there's no puzzle there now because we've solved the puzzle. You know, so I'm just glad all the Switch cartridges that we've bought over the last, like... God, when did the Switch come out? Like, 7 years ago? My God. Who's lying? It's C, because A ate the fish. But yeah, no, I'm just hope that... You know, Switch 2... Whatever they end up calling it, Luke can get the television. You know, I just hope that Layton runs really damn good. And I hope that with the success of the new Layton game... This one's a bit finicky, I gotta get it just right. I just hope with the success of the new Layton game, if it is really good, and if people really love it, that means that level 5 will be incentivized to bring all the Layton games to the Switch 2. Just have it as one big collection, because then I could say the Layton games will all be on Switch. The Phoenix Wright games, with the recent release of the Apollo Justice trilogy, will all be on Switch. The Danganronpa games are all on Switch, except for UDG. That one, and I hesitate to say I'm fine with that one being omitted, but like, you know, you gotta take the in with the out. Will be on Switch, and that'll be like 3 of the 4 big series that I really love, all being in one place. All that's missing, weirdly enough, are the Zero Escape games. They're not on Switch for some reason, which is weird because they started off as like handhelds. So like, just kind of interesting that the Nonary games and Zero Time Dilemma haven't been ported to Switch yet. which just seems like a very easily missed opportunity to do. But, you know, whatever. I'll just have to forever be in the throes of never being able to have all the greatness on one single, like, handheld thing. Oh, fancy meeting you here. I've got a doozy of a puzzle right now. It's harder to crack than a coconut. Who knows, it might even have something to do with this case you're investigating. What do you say? Help a fellow detective out? It's all very interesting, but I do believe there's been a mistake. I'm no detective, you see. Say no more, undercover and all that, then yes? Very well, but I know a fellow sleuth when I see one. Us being in the same trade and all, suppose it couldn't hurt if I let you have a look at this puzzle. I do find it interesting that this original trilogy obviously takes place before or after the secondary trilogy, the prequels. It's weird. I could talk about the Layton series as much as about the same way I could talk about Star Wars, and that there's an original trilogy, then there's a prequel trilogy, and then there were, what was it, technically there's going to be 3 games that take place after, which will be the Layton's Mystery Room, which is the one starring Alfredi Layton. There's the Catriel Layton one. I guess if you count the second half of the anime series that came out, I guess that's technically the 3rd entry. But I just kind of wrap the game and the anime as in like one thing. And then you're gonna have New World of Steam, which will technically be like the end, quote unquote, or maybe even the beginning of a new trilogy of games. Ooh, wouldn't that be exciting? Because interesting as it is, we technically, for a while, were getting Layton games like every year. Like 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010. There was a bit of a break around 2011, 12, where I think Miracle Mass released in 2012. But yeah, you know, pretty cool. We got a strawberry shortcake. Oh, it's Catriel's magnifying glass. That's nice. Oh, and he finally got things here. Floral fragrance and silver solitaire. Again, still don't know what the charms do, but, you know. Oh there, I've never seen your mug in here before. What'll it be, pal? Oh, I'm not ordering anything. I actually came by to inquire about a certain matter. Not here for the special then, huh? Well, what do you want to know? No one has seen or heard from Raymond, the servant at Reinhold Manor, since this afternoon. We've been looking around everywhere to no avail. It's like he just vanished from St. Mystere. While talking with Crouton earlier, he mentioned a strange old man who is said to lurk around the village. Do you perchance know anything about such an individual? An old man? Oh, right, that old rumor. So you have heard of him before. If you have any information, anything at all, please share it with us. You're not from here, are you? Thing is, I can't have you spreading crazy rumors about St. Mystere to the outside world, can I? Of course, if you're a puzzle lover, then maybe, just maybe, I could find it in me to trust you. Well, I see you've solved 30 puzzles. Alright then, here's an earful for you. Yeah, this is a mechanic that's always stuck around since Game 1 is the, puzzle gates, which are essentially like, oh, hey, you can't continue the story until you've solved a certain number of puzzles. That has stayed consistent, except for the Catriel Layton game. That one you don't need, because it's split up into episodes, you technically don't need to solve a certain number of puzzles. But, you know, whatever. The fellow I know is Prosciutto. He's a wee one, but he's got the appetite of a wolverine. Do you know where he might find this Prosciutto? Can't say for sure, but at this hour, well, he's probably at home snacking on something. His house is on the road that winds up north from here. Why don't you go and pay that walking icebox a visit? And pay him a visit we shall, because we've already broken into his house. He can do it again. Hey, what do you want? Start John. I heard from a fellow at a cafe that you witnessed a strange old man prowling around town. Could I ask you for a more detailed account of what you saw? Ah, okay, chomp, nom nom. I think it was something like 4 days ago. I was on my way home from the market when I saw this creepy guy sneaking around. So I took a closer look, right? I wanted to make sure he didn't clean out the butcher before I got there. Up close, it was some spooky old guy with a huge sack. I yelled at him, but the geezer just bolted. I was all like, man, look at the Gramps bust a move. I think that weirdo's the one who's been kidnapping people. If you gotta be out at night, watch yourself, you hear? Interesting. Yawn. A unique sprite that you'll never ever see of Luke again. Oh gosh, sorry, Professor. It's not that the investigation is boring me or anything, I'm just a little sleepy. It's gotten late. Let's report our findings to everyone at the mansion and wrap things up for the day. Gasp. Professor, look over there. Oh my gosh, is that Ramon? Time for a cutscene.
Oh, Luke, sir, hold it there.
Right behind you.
My word.
What's up with that tower? Oh no, we've lost him. Luke, you saw that too, didn't you? No doubt about it. That was Ramon. Does that mean the kidnapper killed Ramon too? Ah. Sailor Luke, I think we'd do well to return to the site of Raymond's abduction. The kidnapper may have left a clue behind, you see. Right, lead on, Professor. Mysterious rumbling has been added. We need to go sweep the site of Ramon's abduction for clues. You're absolutely right, Professor. Look at this. Cog. This appears to be an identical to the item recovered from the crime scene at Reinhold Manor. You think it might help us find who's responsible for both crimes? Perhaps. At any rate, our first priority is to report our findings to Lady Dahlia. Come, Luke, back to the manor. It's turned dark. Ramon still hasn't returned. Technically, we've completed the investigation, but, you know. After witnessing Ramon's abduction, the professor and Luke returned to the manor to report their findings. We have urgent news. Ramon has been abducted. What? Who? How? I must inform Madam at once. Madam, something terrible has happened. So are you saying that Ramon has been involved in some kind of foul play? No, we can't be sure of that yet. However, time is of the essence. We must organize a search to locate him post-haste. Mr. Layton, what's the meaning of all this? Why do you insist on whipping the town up into a frenzy? The situation has changed recently, Inspector. We saw Ramon being abducted in town. I'm afraid you might have a serial murder case on your hands. You must rally the people of St. Mystere and organize a search. Mr. Layton, last time I checked, this is my case, not yours. So you like to start looking tonight? We'll organize a search first thing in the morning. We've no time to debate whether or not to wake a few sleepy villagers. While we sit here bickering, poor Ramon may already be... Everyone, your attention, please. Honestly, Matthew, can't you see we're busy right now? What is it? My sincerest apologies, madam, but it's Ramon. He's returned. But... Yes, after the professor honored us with a visit, I went to the market to do the shopping. Why do you ask? What is going on here? There you have it, Layton. Now, will you finally leave the detective work to the detective? But we just saw it. We saw it happen right before our eyes. Raymond, don't you remember any of this? That's enough, Luke. But, no, he was... I must apologize, Inspector. It was dark out and it seems we've mistaken what we saw. Now, if you'll excuse us, it's been a very long day. I do believe we could all use rest. I certainly agree. Last thing I need is some drowsy scholar creating a panic in the village. Well, good night to you all, then. Gordon, is it time to cut your sandwich? Is it? Ah, no, it's not time to cut the sandwich yet. Right, this puzzle. You gotta cut it like that.
There we go.
Another puzzle solved. That's right. Now that you know the answer, the puzzle seems quite simple, doesn't it? That's not the Where is your sandwich puzzle? Though. Matthew, do you have a puzzle? You do not have a puzzle. Inspector Chelmy and Madam have already retired for the night. Ramon is likely off to the cafe. You had a very hard day, Professor. Do try to get some rest. Good night, sir. I don't have anything new in the case, except for journals. And the mystery, right, of the rumbling tower. Walking the streets of St. Mystere at night, occasionally a thunderous rumbling fills the air. Noise is rumored to come from the tower, but no one in town seems to know the origin of the sound. Villagers claim the noise has increased infrequently as of late. I wonder if we really just mistake what we saw in the street. No, I'm certain that it was Ramon. When we saw him, there wasn't the slightest hint of life in him. He may have lost consciousness, but how odd that he returned healthy as can be an hour later. Still, stranger still is the fact that he seems to have no memory of what we saw happen to him. So peculiar. Plus, Ramon wasn't even the first. Lots of people seem to have the same experience. Any other villager would be in a panic over something like this, but St. Mystere... Well, it's peculiar, that's all. There's something very peculiar about this whole town. Yes, in most places no one would stand for this, but we've seen that St. Mystere is anything but normal. Ramon has been added. Wakey, wakey. Yes, yes, don't you worry, I'll let him know. Oh, hello there, there was a phone call. It was from Inspector Chase something or other. Inspector Chelmy? He just kept saying that it was urgent that you should meet him at Reinhold Manor at once. He probably wants to talk about what happened yesterday. Maybe so. We won't know until we get there. Come on, Luke. Let's go. Well, first, you have a puzzle. Oh, please solve my puzzle, Mr. Layton. Oh, you have the sandwich puzzle. Interesting. You only need to cut this sandwich once to make it work.
There we go.
Weird, I thought it was Gordon that had the sandwich puzzle. Whatever. Maybe they swapped puzzle locations around. Layton can get the chair. But yes, now that is nighttime over with. So we're never gonna see nighttime thing again. Which, it's nice when you do get to see sort of... That's another thing, I think, that has changed from, whatchamacallit. Where, this is the only game that has a time where a location changes. This one is 2. This one is 2, because you go whoop, whoop. Which, you know, if this building was any way logical, that would not work. But, you know, it's a Layton game, so logic is logical. See you around. The desk will go to Layton again. Layton's just getting all the furniture, as you can see. Luke, we must head to the manor. Right. I forget, did we collect any other charms? On first inspection, it does not seem like it. We did get more furniture. Layton's looking pretty good. Ah, it's a bit square. Right. You want the chair. Yeah, both of you like the bear, but I think Luke likes the bear just a wee bit more. When Layton and Luke finally tracked down Ramon, they were shocked to see him being kidnapped by an old man. Shortly thereafter, Ramon returned to the mansion with no memory of ever being abducted or stuffed into a sack. What's happened to Ramon's memory? Who knows? I should also make a safety save just in case. 'Cause you never know. Sometimes you... you know, sometimes you accidentally have things happen. What's that on the ground? Looks like a scrap of notepaper. What's it say, Luke? Well, let's see here. Ahem. It's just terrible. Lady Violet has an awful case of the flu and hasn't left her bed for days. I'm no doctor, so I can't think of any way to help her. Oh, what to do, what to do. Lady Violet? Oh, this journal must be talking about Baron Reinhold's first wife. My heart is heavy as I write these words. The loss of his wife has completely crushed the boss. If only there was something I could do to help. He walks around looking like he's had the wind knocked out of him. And that's the end. Gosh, whoever wrote this must have cared an awful lot for the Baron and his family. Also, we can check in here. There's no candle. We must have outdone all the candle puzzles. Hey there, Professor. I bet you're here to solve my puzzle, right? I'm right, aren't you? I think, is he gonna... yes, he's gonna give one of these puzzles. So, longest path. This is one of those kind of puzzles where the solution is... It's obvious once you know, like, a thing, which is that you need to have these little spaces not be taken. But yeah, this is the longest path. There's an... It takes an S route through the middle.
Another puzzle solved.
Have you been outside today? I have. I had work today, which was, you know, fun for, you know, working in the morning, but, you know, I've since had the time to be able to do some puzzling afterwards, since, you know, as you do, you try to get it in however you can. There's that cat, which is gonna spur out another cat puzzle. I believe the left side is heavier. It's gonna tip left because 3 red cats is equal to a black cat and a white cat. 4 white cats is equal to 5 black cats. So you got 4 white cats, which means 4 black cats. But then you got 3 of these. So the left is heavier.
I think I've got it. I did it! Yes!
It's so funny how, like, some of these puzzles, I just remember being, you know, when I first ever played them, I just kind of brute forced my way through them, not really thinking about, like, oh, how do you actually, you know, critically solve these puzzles? But now I'm just kind of, like, reworking through them. You know, and this is after, like I said, dozens of playthroughs where, you know, I've just been playing them and playing them, obviously knowing the solution, because... Are you trying to poison me? What are these vile things? Chelmy's going off about sweets. But... Yeah, no, it's one of those things where... I love these Layton games. I love them to death. But if you had the hypothetical scenario of like, oh, you can only bring 5 games to a desert island, I don't think any of the Layton games would be on that list, simply because of the fact where it's like, if you know the answer to the puzzles, you can only replay it so many times before it's like, well, I already know all the answers, like, by heart. And, you know, you can, yeah, the stories of these games are super great, but they're all mystery stories, and once you know the mystery, once you know the answer to the mystery, sure, you can still enjoy them afterwards, you know, like I do. I will replay these games to death, because they're just super good stories. But you can only play them so much without getting, like, kind of, I won't say bored, but just kind of being like, okay, well, I want another story. Can we go back up or no? Yes, we can. Gordon, you got a puzzle. So, as much as I would love to say, oh, I'd bring one of these games to a deserted island, no, not really. This one... I know people have trouble with this puzzle. I know I did as a youngster. Because you gotta make a cross with the same amount of pins.
There we go. Critical thinking is the key to success.
I know there's gonna be one puzzle later where I will literally be, what is it, pulling out a calculator to try to do. Chelmy has another puzzle he wants us to solve. Is this boy, Bill is the boss, he sells the oil.
That should do it.
Oh, one thing I also say, I'm glad as a mechanic, is the Layton Luke being like, did you solve this? Yes, you did, or no, you didn't. Which, you know, I do like. It gives these games character versus some other, like, puzzle apps or puzzle games and whatnot, where it's like, oh, you solve a puzzle, congratulations. It's like, it adds its own charm, which is like, you know, Ah, this is one of those ones I've gotten stumped on. So, you know, son, there was a time when your old man was twice the age of your mother. Of course, next year I was only 1.5 times her age, but still, that's pretty amazing. He's talking about when she was 1 and he was 2, and then she was 2 and he was 3. She is 43. This one stumped me so much because I never thought, oh, he's talking about when they were like toddlers and babies. I never realized that he would be referring to it like that. Also, I think this is the only time, again, in all of these games, now, aside from, like, you know, Puzzle 1, Puzzle 2, Puzzle 3, like, or what is it? It's like Tile Sliding 1, Tile Sliding 2, like, instead of the numeral ones. I think this is the only time puzzles reference previous puzzles. So if you never got the solution to the original How Old Is Dad puzzle, you may not ever figure out the answer to this puzzle without just, like, you know, obviously brute forcing it, but, you know, oh, I know. Ramon, how are you doing? Good day, Raymond. How are you feeling today? Fit as a fiddle, Professor, perhaps even as vivacious as a violin. That awful fatigue from last week seems like it never happened. As you can see, I'm bursting with energy and my skin is soft as a baby's. I feel like a teenager again. Is that so? That's good to hear. Doesn't seem to remember what happened yesterday, does he? He has no idea what happened. So what's our next move? We shall respect the inspector's wishes and leave the murder case alone, Luke. It's as Inspector Chelmey said, solving crime is the police's job. Besides, something tells me that this case and the Golden Apple are more related than we suspect. That's the intuition of yours talking again, isn't it, Professor? First and foremost, we need to find a clue that will bring us closer to the Golden Apple. Perhaps one of Baron Reinhold's relationships or close friends can help us point us in the right direction. Of course, there's also someone else. Let's see if the family butler has anything to say on the subject. And where is that butler? The hunt begins. It's finally time to search for the Golden Apple. And look, it's the original box cover art. Yes, I will save the progress. I remember we go up here, and is he in the house? Yeah, he's in the house right now, because we don't see him in the garden yet. Back so soon, Professor? Matthew, I was wondering if you knew anything about that could point us in the direction of the Golden Apple. Anything you know would be great help. For example, did the Baron say anything before he passed away? I'm sorry to disappoint you, Professor, but the Master never said anything of the sort to me. I'd very much like to help you in your search, but my duties here prevent me from leaving the grounds. If only Ingrid was around to provide some assistance. I beg your pardon, sir. Ingrid? It's been years since she left, but Ingrid used to work as a servant in the mansion. She was Flora's nurse, and she often helped me with my work. Matthew! Yes, madam, I'll be right there. Please excuse me, sir, the lady calls. If you're curious about Ingrid, why not pay her a visit and talk to her yourself? Let's see, at this time of day, I'd suspect she's walking around by the general store. Please do me a favor and tell them Matthew sends his regards. Certainly, I'll be sure to pass on the message. Thank you for all your help, Matthew. Isn't Ingrid that sweet old lady we passed by before? Indeed, we also saw her in that picture of young Flora. Come, Luke, let's find the old girl. Off we go, then. The general store's outside the mansion, right? Yes, but first let's go upstairs and see if anybody has any more puzzling. Ah, Mr. Gordon has more puzzles. Wooden cutouts. Oh, that's easy. Boom. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah, that works. Booyah.
Critical thinking is the key to success.
Yeah, booyah, baby. That's some puzzling. Some quick puzzling. He seems to have a lot of puzzles that involve sort of making perfect cuts, which is interesting thematically. Oh, so look at the little Layton sprite up here. He's got a little smile. You have a puzzle? No, Marco does not have a puzzle. Ingrid does not have a puzzle also, but we get to talk to her. Oh, goodness me, if it isn't Mr. Layabout, was it? The name's Layton, madam. That's right, Mr. Layton. What can I do for you, sir? Earlier we were talking with the butler at Reinhold Manor, and he mentioned you used to work there. We'd very much like to hear anything you know about the Baron. Heavens me, you want to hear about the Baron? I'm afraid the only stories I have are from when I worked at the manor, and that was ages ago. That would be ideal, madam. Would you mind telling us one? Alright, I suppose I could tell a little bit about the Baron and his former wife. The way Master Reinhold and his wife would carry on, almost like they seemed to be like children. You never see a man so in love as Master Reinhold was. When she passed, Flora was all the Baron had to remember her by. So he raised that little girl with all the love a child could want. The things he'd bring her home for her, toys from all over the world, and teddy bears as big as yourself. He was in high spirits those days. He really wanted to give her 2 parents' worth of affection. So where is Flora gone? Your guess is as good as mine, sir. I have no clue where that girl went. She left the mansion well after I stopped working for the Reinholds. Some say Lady Dahlia put Flora on the streets to keep the family riches to herself, but that's nonsense. After all, the Baron cared about Flora so much, I can't imagine that he'd allow something like that. You know, you reminded me. The grave of the Baron's late wife is located in the manor garden. I wonder who takes care of it now. The Baron's former wife is buried in the garden. Thank you, madam. You've been extremely helpful. Luke, let's head back to the manor. I have a hunch the grave might hold a clue for what we're looking for. Let's go. And from here, yes, we'll see him just kind of walking around. I remember on the crusty DS screen just seeing this amalgamous blob just walking back and forth and being like, what the hell is that? Oh, look, it's Matthew. Good day, Professor. Were you able to track down Ingrid? Yes, we did. In fact, we were just speaking with her. I mean, no disrespect, but she said the grave of the Baron's late wife lies on these grounds? Do you have any knowledge of this? Lady Violet's grave, sir. I was just about to visit it myself. Would you mind if we came along to take a look? Not in the slightest. Right this way. Here's the entrance, sirs. Please, watch your step on the way in. This is Lady Violet's grave. Gosh, this place is really nice. It's not creepy at all. The late Baron, rest his soul, told me to keep this place in proper order, and I've tried to do so. Here sleeps Violet, my one true love. This statue looks so much like Lady Dahlia, it's hard to believe it's someone else. Back when Flora was just a tiny little thing, Lady Violet used to take her to the park in town. Some of the flowers in the garden grew from the ones Flora planted here for her mother. I forgot to tell you about the Baron's journal. It should still be on the desk in Madame's room. It's possible that it might contain some information that could aid your search for the golden apple. My thanks, Matthew. I'll be sure to give it a once-over later. Now then, Luke, we'd best head back to Reinhold Manor. And there we go. That's the only time we ever get to visit that site, which I think is nice. It's like, you don't always have to go to a place. I will say... well, actually, I'll give my thoughts after I read this. This must be the journal that Matthew spoke of. I have to admit, he seems to know where everything in this manor is. There's something about reading someone else's journal that just doesn't seem proper to me. However, the investigation must continue, so... The craftsmanship of it is simply remarkable. It reminds me of my sweet Violet when she was alive. What do you suppose it refers to? Flora doesn't like the thing at all. I've seen her run away from it on multiple occasions. Recently, she spends more time playing by dear Violet's grave than anywhere else. I'm sad to say I doubt Flora will ever take to it. I can't blame her, as I've changed its memory. I felt terrible forcing that change on Flora, but I just couldn't bear to see it like that anymore. Violet, there can never be another you. You're my first, my last, and my only. Changed its memory? I'm not sure what the Baron means, but this is clearly vital information here. I collapsed some days ago and have been bedridden ever since. I feel as if I failed Flora as a father. I can only hope that when I'm gone, the people of the village look after Flora and care for her as I did. Must have been terribly ill. Seems I'm not long for this world, and the time has come for me to say goodbye to my little Flora. I've left everything in Bruno's care now. Flora, I pray you find happiness in this life. I've disclosed the location of the secret place in a note I've left with an old friend. It is my most fervent hope that the seeker of the golden apple finds it and grants my dearest wish. Professor, Baron Reinhold's old friend. We must seek out this person, Luke. But, Professor, how can we possibly find the person with nothing to go on but the journal? It's like I always say, Luke. Any good investigation starts on the street. We'll just have to ask everyone in the town about the matter. What? I mean, of course, you're absolutely right, Professor. Let's go. Of course, any good investigation also needs direction. Let's start by asking Ingrid a few questions. Seems she knows a great deal about Baron Reinhold. Yeah, that's a... I'm just going to quickly ask around, because one of these people might have a new puzzle. I will say, one of my biggest wishes, and I don't know if someone's already done this, I don't know if this has already happened, but I wish for someone to just take all these Layton Games maps and just map them out in 3D, make them like walkable spaces that you can just sort of travel around and just sort of go from place to place and explore and just this actual like 3D, three-dimensional space, you know? Because honestly, that would just be so beautiful, just to be able to see full sense, to see this village full sense, the city of the future, you know, just seeing all these locations just brought to realization and just be able to walk around and explore them. God, that would be so nice, you know? God, I hope I can see something like that in my lifetime. And be able to actually physically play something like that in my lifetime. And I know I just kind of ran through that puzzle. But honestly, that's just kind of the case, you know? Sometimes you just run through puzzles. On equations, that is 1.
Luke, here's my answer. Another puzzle solved.
Yes, it's talking about clocks. There's a lot of clock-related puzzles in Layton, which honestly makes sense, because there's a lot of times where you can get good puzzles out of clocks. I'm assuming Layton Mobile does not have any more puzzles. I've got an itch. Hold on, I've got this itch on like on my shoulder. I've had it all day. I've just never been able to really get at it. Ugh, there we go. I at least hope. We could swim across, but it's terribly cold. Is it really? Is it really? Anyway, time to do quickly before we meet with Zapone. Time to go around and ask everybody about their puzzles. Puzzle 77, which job? It's gonna be B.
That should do it. Every puzzle has an answer.
God, that'd be a nice job to have. Houseplant can go to Layton. Angry Man Polly, he's got another puzzle that he wants us to help solve about tiled squares. If you were to take these tiles and try to make a square, what's the fewest number you'd need? I don't actually remember the answer to this one, which is kind of shocking, honestly. Because I'd figure I'd remember. I believe it's like... Because, yeah, that's technically this square is a rectangle, so this is like... It's weird that this guide is saying this is a puzzle in Chapter 6, because it's not in Chapter 6. Yeah, you need 20. Right, because what you're going to do is you're going to stack up.
Luke, here's my answer.
Right.
What do you think is the key to success?
Yeah, you gotta stack them up. Yeah, okay, so everything is good. Also, this man, he just gets mad at everything. He wants you to solve his puzzle for him, but then you solve his puzzle for him, and then he just gets more mad. Like, you can never... I know people like that in real life. There are just some people in life that live to be mad. And I honestly do not understand how people can live like that. You know? Because it's like... Okay, if you want to live... I understand living to be happy, and I understand living to, like, be... I'm not gonna say people intentionally live to be miserable, but there is, like... I don't want to say there's a science to it, but there's definitely, like... I definitely remember there being something about a study where people intentionally make themselves, certain types of people make themselves miserable because they feel like, oh, it's like, if they make themselves miserable, they can figure out why they're miserable, and then solving that gets them enjoyment in life, which I can understand. Getting yourself out of a rut can be a very nice feeling, but to just live your whole life like that, you know, just living your whole life just intentionally in a rut, not wanting to be truly happy, you know, that's just kind of sad in some cases, you know? I just think it's just kind of sad, especially when the people who, I genuinely believe there are people who live to be angry, you know? Which, that's just kind of sad, because it's like, is there anything that, like, because obviously there's stuff that makes them happy, you know? But it's just one of those funny things where it's like, I don't think I've ever seen a person like that happy. And I don't mean to, like, try to, like, talk down on those kinds of people, because, you know, they live their own lives, they do their own things, but it's like, you know, if you're just gonna live life only to be angry at things, you know, there's gotta be something better, man. Because, like, at that point, what are you... so that no more pieces can be moved on the board. Wait, arrange 3 queens so that no more pieces can be placed on the board. Right, it's this one. So it's like... Okay, so we need a piece, so... That's all taken care of. Because if I do it, like, here, then I can get that, I can get that, I can get that, I can get that, I get that, and then... Yeah, so there and there. Booyah.
Here's my answer.
I am smart. I know chess. Which is funny, because I actually don't know how to play chess. Like, at all. I don't know, well, I know how, like, the pieces move. I just don't know how exactly you take pieces. And, whatnot. No, the hat rack does not go to Layton. That is blatantly wrong. I am gonna quickly go back to the thing, because I'm assuming I'm getting to the point where... 83, is that... Yeah, here we go. Yeah, this is one of those ones where it's like, yeah, you gotta really think about it. It's like there, and then it's these bottom 3, which always concern me, because you don't want to put one... I think you put one there? Well, no, it's like... It's like that.
Luke, here's my answer.
Yes! Oh, my memory. Just going off my memory with these puzzles. Because, yeah, he's now tapped out of chess. Because the only chess puzzles left now, I believe, are... in the bonus section. Which, oh, right, you do need a hat, and then... Okay, you want that. You want that. You like the book. Yeah, you want that. You want the painting. Right, because it's one of the, this is one of those cases where you don't really get Luke's items for a good amount of time, if I'm remembering correctly. So, and am I mistaken, or have I not picked up any more charms? I don't think I've picked up many more charms, which is interesting. Actually, hold on. Yes. Triton still has puzzles for us. Apples to oranges. This is a sliding puzzle, and it's a sliding puzzle I particularly am fine with, because it's not trying to, like, rearrange images. In fact, this one can actually be very nice if you know what you are doing. This one I'm definitely not gonna make the max amount of moves, but that's fine. I'm not attempting minimum amount of moves, I mean. That's fine. I'm just doing what I can. Because I think, what is it, minimum amount of moves is gonna be like, what, less than 30? You know, something or other, so... Yeah, these are puzzles that I think are much easier to do on the DS, because you have better stylus control. Or on the phone, you know, like you're supposed to. You know, not with a mouse that can freely move as fast as you know, your hand. You know, with like touch sensitivity and whatnot. Oh no, there isn't a minimum. Okay, cool. There's not a minimum. That I will take. And you have no more puzzles for me. Also, I have solved 81 puzzles. The max amount of puzzles you need to solve in order to beat the game is 75. So technically, I don't have to solve another puzzle in the entire game. Which is also a very nice thing for someone who's, like, actively going out of their way to find the puzzles. 1, 2... 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I don't remember this one. This is 65? It's 5. Okay, I forget if it has to do with the amount of corners. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 corners. 1... No, that wouldn't... I forget what the...
Another puzzle solved.
The number assigned to each letter refers to the number of sections that are touching the labeled section. Oh, right, because technically that bottom piece doesn't count as a side. That counts as a corner. Right. That's what I was getting confused on. Lucy, you have a puzzle for me? Thank you. Birthday girl. When asked about her birthday, a young woman gives the following: the day after tomorrow, I turned 22, but I was still 19 on New Year's Day last year. Oh, shoot. Her birthday's like January 2nd, right? Yeah, January 1st of last year, she was 19. Then she turned 20 on January 2nd. Then, the day after tomorrow, because right now I'm assuming it's December 31st. I believe, oh God, this is where I'm like, this is why I'm using the guide, because I'm like, am I remembering that correctly? Yeah, no, her birthday is January 2nd. Yeah, because this is a puzzle I think they bring back in Spectre's Call, I believe.
Every puzzle has an answer.
Right, yeah, so... Last year, on New Year's Day, right. This is considered last year. This year... Yeah. The maths, which is good. I received a new painting piece, yeah. Which goes there. We're 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces remaining. We still haven't found the last ear. We haven't found his ear yet, which is, you know, a bit annoying because, you know, we want to, you know, solve that. Close friends of the Baron. It's true I had the pleasure of meeting the Baron a few times. Mr. Zappone, you didn't happen to be good friends with the Baron, did you? Me? Huh, no, I was nothing of the sort. Can you think of anyone at all who could be close? No, I didn't really know him. Well, there was one possibility. No, wait, never mind, I'm not sure. I guess Zappone really can't tell us much of anything. Yes, I'm afraid he's no help at all. Suppose that means we're back to where we started, but at least we can be assured that this close friend we're after is a resident. We mustn't give up, Luke, let's ask around. Also, the cafe is open now, even though it's the daytime, which is interesting. I think that's mainly because they wanted to keep some of the night areas open after the time shift, but they didn't want to, like, they didn't really give any good excuse as to why. You need to cut this piece of chocolate 29 times.
There we go. Another puzzle solved.
That makes sense. If you want to experience the best dining, you gotta go to Crouton's restaurant. Well, we've already done Crouton's restaurant, so, like, not very helpful, but... Not being a member of high society myself, I've never been so much as had a conversation with Baron Reinhold. Now, Sonny, as much as we like to keep traveling, I'm awfully tired. You feeling unwell, sir? I'm just plumb exhausted lately. It's that awful noise coming from the tower, you see. It's gotten so loud I can't sleep a wink at night. You know what's causing the noise? It's just a rumor, but every time that sound rips through St. Mystere, someone dies. Or someone disappears. They say the ones who disappear are people who've been talking about feeling tired. But those who disappear are back before you know it. So it's probably just a load of poppycock. Whenever the noise sounds, someone disappears. Interesting. You think the peculiar sound has anything to do with the strange old man who abducted Raymond? It's certainly a possibility, isn't it? But why would he release his victim after going through the trouble of kidnapping them? Seems like he's trying to make them better or something. I don't know. Professor, there's something on the ground there. You're right, it appears to be a scrap of paper. Will you check to see if anything's written? Sure thing. Let's see here. The boss complimented my latest model today. He's a good guy. He gives me a new sense of purpose. I'm sure this is my true calling. I want to perfect my skills so I can repay the man for his generosity. Sounds like a great deal like a journal entry, doesn't it? Remember how the writer used the term the boss? I imagine he was under the employ of the Baron. I've constructed models to fit every situation, just like the boss asked me to. Gotta smile when I see how interested he is in them. That's the end of the entry. Do you suppose this person made some sort of models for a living? Interesting inquiries should be made and whatnot. Ahem, you there. Yes, you. Do you mean me, good sir? Yes, you. The flower vase is yours, right? I've been keeping it nice and safe for you. I've never seen anyone just forget something like this while shopping. You're a vase space case. Har har. I'm sorry, but you must be mistaken. I've never seen that vase before in my life. What? The fancy vase doesn't belong to you? So why'd that guy tell me to give this to you? What did this man look like? Well, my hat was has a way of obscuring certain details for me. It's the worst, I tell ya. Har har. But back to the issue at hand. Mysterious man wasn't a regular around here for sure. Don't sweat it, though. I'll just give it back to the guy next time I see him. Speaking of flower vases, I know a puzzle I bet you'd like. It's not hard or anything. But it's the least you could do for bothering... At least I can do for bothering about the vase. Yeah, this is another one of those... puzzles that are simple. Oh yeah.
Luke,
Why does he have a piece of vase from a different vase? Like, that's just kind of weird. You got a good head on your shoulders. I'm impressed. By the way, you sure you don't want to take some fresh sausage home with you? Believe me, these are some links you don't want to be missing. No, thank you. We're just fine. Too bad. Not to bust your chops or anything, but that deal was a one-time offer. Maybe you should have said yes if you knew it was at stake. Har har har. I think we're done here, Luke. Couldn't agree more, Professor. Yeah, he's a bit sad that we don't have... Look at this giant piece of paper! I'll get to that in a second. Hold on. Let us do another puzzle real quick. A sausage thief. Who ate the sausage? Who ate the sausage? One of them's telling the truth. A is lying. D is lying. C is lying. D's telling the truth. It was C. C ate the sausage.
Luke, here's my answer. Another puzzle solved.
C ate the sausage, and the only person telling the truth is D. You're pretty good at this. The vase will go to Luke. Well, no, because the vase will not go to Luke, because the vase goes to the flowers. And then yeah, you want the map. Soon Layton, I believe, is gonna have all his stuff. Anyway, this paper. What kind of lout just throws trash on the ground? I'm gonna pick it up. It's an old newspaper. Honestly, you'd think that everyone would know the trash goes in the trash. Wait a second, you have to come take a look at this article. Well, would you look at that? It seems to be Inspector Chelmy. Look at that. Chelmy hailed his brilliant detective and devoted husband. Chelmy hailed his brilliant detective and devoted husband. Chelmy celebrates each successful case with his favorite treat, his wife's sweet potato fritters. And fun thing, we actually get to see a lot of his wife in the 3D games, Miracle Mask and Azure Legacy, because they go on vacation to places, which is nice. Wow, who saw that coming? He's so gruff that I never imagined he had a soft side like that. Look at that old grump grinning over his plate of sweet potato fritters. I knew he was fussing over nothing when he said he hated sweets back at Reinhold Manor. That's right, Luke, he did say that. How curious. Inspector Chelmy. He's a new mystery. Though Chelmy claims to dislike all sweets, a scrap of newspaper Luke found claims his favorite food in the world is sweet potato fritters. That being the case, why did Chelmy fly into such a rage when Matthew brought sweets to him? Hello, good old sir. So is it true what I'm hearing about the two of you? Are you really running about town in search of the Reinhold fortune? That's correct, sir. Currently we're in search of a close friend of Baron Reinhold's. We believe he was entrusted this friend with an important note. Gracious, that's quite a search you have on your hands. Oh, excuse me, my name is Archibald. Gus, I mean, the Baron and I were great friends, thick as thieves. We used to have the most amazing conversations late into the night. You think that perhaps I am the one you're searching for? Yes, I think so. What luck that after all this searching we should bump into you in a place like this. I have one question. Do you recall ever receiving a small note or written message from the Baron? No, I don't remember ever receiving anything of the sort from Gus. But he did give me a fine desk that once belonged to him. It's at home. Maybe it's holds some kind of clue? The Baron's desk, you say? Excellent. Would you like to come over to my house and take a look at it? You are most gracious if you'd be kind enough to allow us to look at it. Yes, that would be very grateful. I'm sure Gus wouldn't mind two fine puzzle lovers such as yourself looking at his desk. Actually, let me impart a few pearls of wisdom while I've got your attention. Focusing on your case is all well and good, but if you don't solve some puzzles, you'll be sorry later. So make an effort to find puzzles around town just to solve the ones you can. Take it from this old timer, it's good to stop and smell the puzzle sometimes. Alright, I'll get off my high horse now. Let's head over to my house. This is Gus's old desk. Take all the time you need to examine it. Splendid, Luke. Let's get right to it. Well, first, I'm gonna rummage your house for the coins. The sweet, sweet coins. And the poozles. The sweet, sweet poozles. Not knots? This one I don't remember. It's C. Yeah, that's the only one that'll be taught. Right. Righty-right. The only thing you need to do to solve this puzzle is look at it. However, the images are a bit confusing. Do. Let's look at this desk. I believe it's this drawer, right drawer. There's a paper. Seems to be a note. It may point us in the direction of the golden apple. What do you make of this X? I'm afraid I don't know at the moment. A hunt begins. Sorry to interrupt you, but I just received a call for you from the innkeeper, Beatrice. Seems she's concerned about one of her lodgers, and she'd like your thoughts on the problem. Oh, we best go help her. Thank you, Archibald. Now off to the inn we go, Luke. And you don't have any more puzzles, right? Yeah, you don't got any more puzzles. Ah, but Lucy has a puzzle that she'd like us to solve, because little girl's always coming up with puzzles. This says, text me. As someone
Here's my answer.
back in 2008 who didn't really know much about computers, specifically keyboards, yeah, that was a little tricky for me. But, you know, alls you do, ya ends you do. Let's go and talk to Beatrice. But first, Stash and Scarf, and got no puzzles. Poopy poopy. Poopy poopy poopy. God, you want to talk about something that's like, ooh, mixed bag quality. The Persona 4 anime. Just real mixed bag of quality. What an absolute pigsty. The whole place stinks of smoke. There's trash everywhere. Because that show could literally have some of the best moments of the anime also take place in the same episode as some of the worst moments, which just baffles me. But, you know, God, I really need to do something a Persona positive on this channel, I think, because all I've had is I tried to stream Persona 5, but that was right after I had already beaten it once, and I got fatigue from it. And then I played Reload, and the answer, and I just, yeah, very mixed feelings on Persona 3, and all, because I played Fess, then, not on the channel, but I played Fess with friends, then we watched the 3 animes, which I think are better. I think if you want to experience the Persona 3 story, watch the movies. Watch the 4 movies. I think that is genuinely the best way to experience Persona 3. And then immediately after, I played, the, what is it? The, remake, Reload, and that was fine. It was enjoyable. Not as enjoyable as how I thought of playing through P4 and 5, but, you know, it's what it was. Think, my boy, there's this place in St. Mystere that every villager has warned us from staying. What do you mean? The tower, Luke. No matter where we ask, no one seems to know a thing about the place. But suppose for a moment that the tower has something to do with the golden apple. Then it follows the people of St. Mystere. Scared to draw near the tower, wouldn't know anything. Of course we need to investigate that tower. The tower marks the far northern border of St. Mystere. Let's search the road north of the market for a route to the tower. Now it's chapter 6. We're going to the elusive tower. And we shall save the progress. Yeah, don't know why I went off on a little mini tangent about... Oh, and then you get this music. And people are starting to come out of the woodworks with oozles. Rest. Because all the other words have silent letters, you get it? Yeah, I don't know why I went off on a tangent about Persona. I don't know, it just felt like it. Honestly. I don't know. Persona is one of those weird series where Persona as a series, I think, is one of those things where it encapsulates, it has really high highs, but it also has really low lows. This is one of those ones where I'm like, I don't remember. That's 11 squares on the board. But yeah, Persona is like one of those series that has really high highs, but also just some of the lowest lows. But genuinely, I think, excuse me, I think Persona 2 and Persona 2 Innocent Sin Eternal Punishment, Persona 4 and Persona 5, I think just those. Yes, I can't wait to hear the latest songs in glorious mono sound. Yeah, that's, yeah, that's, you know, which is a shame, you know, because I really do want to just unconditionally love things. I'm sure people can get that way sometimes about things where it's like, God, I just want to love this, but I can't. Or sometimes with certain things, it's like, God, I just want to like something, but I can't. None of you have any more puzzles, right? That's why I think even if these games do have their faults, even if their stories can be a little bit, you know, weird and whatnot, regardless of what happens with Layton games or Layton stories and whatnot, there's just this charm to them. There's this... And I think that charm comes solely from the fact that I grew up with these games. That I grew up with a DS, with a copy of Curious Village, just fated to, like, be put into that DS. And it just worked out that I just ended up loving puzzles and puzzle games. Because, I mean, it was these games, you know? It's like... that made me fall in love with, you know, storytelling in games.
There we go.
You know, it's just one of those things where it's like, God, I have to thank this series. Like, regardless of the flaws, I will always call these games perfect. Even the not-so-great ones, like Spectre's Call, or even the Catriel Layton game. You know, because, like, a lot of people don't like the Catriel Layton one. And I don't want to just, like, kind of... I don't know what you call it. You know for a fact, however, an unknown number of other children may be lying. I think A broke it. It was me. B's lying. Don't be mad at A. He's lying. B didn't break. I believe it's A, if I remember correctly. I'm just going to double check the solution. But, you know, I don't want to be one of those people who just hops on the bandwagon of opinions. You know, just because, you know, it's a popular thing to say the Catriel Layton game is bad. It does have problems. Mainly, I think the fact that its story structure, I just think it hindered a lot of what could have been done with that game. A lot that could have been done with that storyline. You know, especially since, because the Catriel Layton game did it in, like, little, like, episode chapters rather than being given, you know, their own strict, you know, full story type thing. I feel like that just kind of hindered it in a way that you don't really see in the other Layton games. Even the Mystery Room game, the one for the for iOS that was like a crime like a crime scene solver thing, not really like a traditional Layton puzzle game. That one was good. I genuinely liked that one. That one had a very interesting take on the Layton universe. I like the story that it did with Alfredi and, you know, him being the son of Professor Layton and just his character and what they did with it. You know, and I loved all the callbacks. I loved all the gosh, I don't know what you would call it with it, but genuinely just, I think, Layton's Mystery Rooms, genuinely great. And it was just a shame that Catriel Layton, it tried to live up to what the original games were like, but just couldn't, unfortunately. I think it mainly has to do with the fact that ever since Miracle Mask, the Layton game puzzles, I will say, have sort of started turning into this format of what I like to call mini-game puzzles. 020. You know, they turn into these mini-game puzzles where it's not about solving like some kind of logic puzzle, like this one, for example, where you gotta figure out, you gotta think about it. It's more like, oh, you gotta shoot a cannon at these shapes so that they break away, and you gotta do it in just the right order, you know? Because those are puzzles too, but they're more mini-gamey. Like, there's more movement on the screen, there's more, like, action in the puzzle. Which is sad, you know? Because, like, I got drawn into Layton through these, like, very clever, like, oh, you need to think with your brain outside the box kind of puzzle. And with a minigame puzzle, you don't really think outside the box. I believe this is one? Let me double check. Yeah, one way. But yeah, no, it's just... Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, I think like that was also one of the big parts of the downfall of the series is just that, you know, too many mini-gamey puzzles and not enough, like, honest-to-goodness logic-type puzzles. I did like the Catch-Shell games when they had story-focused puzzles where, like, the puzzles, like, served a part of the actual plots of the episodes. That was pretty cool, and I love it when Layton does that. I love it when the puzzle has, like, story significance to it. Admittedly, then that doesn't end up making it, like, a standalone puzzle, but it just adds even more charm to, like, these games that I just really like. Anyway, we got another note. The boss hasn't been himself since Lady Violet's passing, and he shows no sign of recovering. That's why I've decided I'll make one as a tribute to Lady Violet. I'm sure it'll put a smile on his face. Ah, now it makes sense. Could our mysterious author be him? I've worked my fingers to the bone trying to cheer up the boss. Looking out over St. Mysterio, I see a thriving, bustling village. So many villagers to keep him company, maybe he can finally be happy again. That's the end of the page. Professor, what's the matter? You look deep in thought. I can't confirm my suspicions at the moment, but I think it's safe to say this goes deeper than we thought. Wall. I think this is a dead end. This does appear to be the only road, doesn't it? Gosh, that tower sure looks awfully ominous, doesn't it? Seeing it up close, I can understand why the villagers are so scared of the place. Let's take a closer look at this wall. There might be more to it than meets the eye. Cutscene.
What?
And who might you be?
Well, I'd rather not say. Huh? Why not? What are you hiding?
We seek access to the tower. Do you think you could help us, miss?
The tower? Huh?
Oh, wait!
What in the world is that about? Huh? Professor, what's this? A Ferris wheel ticket? Very curious indeed. Luke, that girl may have dropped this to tell us where we should head next. But why would she want to help us? Your guess is as good as mine, Luke. Still, I can't shake the feeling that she's trying to help us. Well, your intuition's never been wrong. Let's see what we can find about that Ferris wheel. Yeah, that's right. Layton, go straight to the park. You've been a thorn in my side for too long. I think it's about time for you to disappear for good. Solved. We did it. Now we get to go to the park and have some fun. But first I need to check for coins in the mold and the vines and all the good stuff. Yeah, I think the rest of them come out once the wall opens later. Spoiler alert, the wall opens. Because, yeah, I don't think there's any more puzzles from people. Because there's only 120 puzzles? Yeah, there's only 120 puzzles in the base game, plus an extra 15 for solving the... What is it? The bonus things from completing the mini-games, completing the game, and then solving all those puzzles. It doesn't hurt to ask around, though. Because, you know, there may be extra puzzles. It's always good to figure out. Especially since I can just, if I want to... Well, first I can check the journal. But I can also just check on the puzzle index. Let's see, we're on... we definitely still don't have all the secret puzzles, but... Yeah, and we definitely don't have all these puzzles, but we should have... about all the puzzles here, because we haven't gotten another, whatchamacallit? Oh, rose scent. That's a nice one. We definitely haven't gotten a Granny Riddleton reminder in a bit, which means we are definitely solving these puzzles as, you know, intended and whatnot. Rodney, was that you say the gate to the park is locked shut? No, that's impossible. We've employed a caretaker who should have everything up and running. Be that as it may, the gate is locked shut and we can't gain entrance to the place. Would you please open it up for us? That sort of thing is the job of the park caretaker. I strongly advise you to go find him. Well, where do you think we might find the caretaker? Now, that's a good question, isn't it? Managing the park is the caretaker's duty, but who knows who manages the caretaker? I can't say. It's not one of my duties. What a bureaucracy. He manages the town sewer system as well. Now, unless you have some sort of form you need to fill out, I strongly advise you beat it. Gosh, he's rude. Sewers, unpleasant it might be, it's the one place we haven't searched yet. Perhaps we'll find a clue to our mystery down there. I've only seen one manhole in town. Oh, right, the one on the path to the park. Well, it's a dirty job, but someone has to do it. Off we go. To the sewer. But first I'm gonna check on the path to the manor. Just real quick. Yeah, because he's got some puzzles. Over the river. You are the one where I need to do... Yeah, you are a very simple puzzle. I do know some versions of this puzzle which are like impossible because they forget to mention that there's a ferryman who can move back and forth, because usually the puzzle is, oh, you can't move the raft without something being on there. But they always forget the added addition that there's a ferryman. Any more puzzles, Mr. Raymond, or whatever your name may be? Everybody is up here, right? You got no puzzle for me. You got no puzzle for me. I do love the HD just portraits and all these beautiful, like, just remastered an upscaled, because I don't know if they did, like... They definitely didn't do what P3P did with its HD AI upscaling and whatnot, and it just looks ugly. Which, funnily enough, is one of the reasons why I was thrown off of originally playing P3P, was because not only did it not have all the, like, 3D visuals of Fez with all the cutscenes and whatnot. Oh god, another slide puzzle. But it just you know, just kind of just threw me off conceptually, because I was just like, oh, well, if you're gonna be missing out on a bunch of different, you know, content, why would I want to play this version, you know? But obviously, you know, that's not very apt of a comparison, you know, because as you know, there's obviously more to a thing than just like what has been removed. I hate sliding puzzles. But you know, that's a thing that could play into someone's enjoyment of a game, is how much, you know, in a remake or remaster there is. Golly gosh, I'm trying to remember how to do this. Because I think what I need to do is I need to do this, because I need to get this block out. And then I take this. It can be solved in 20 moves, my butt. Okay, let's see. Yeah, somehow my butt says, yeah, no, there's no way. There is no way. Let me see. What does this say? Slide the bottom right blue block to the right. Purple down the hole, then move the yellow block down, move the right block. Okay, hold on. That, and then move the top purple block down and the blue block above it, right, then slide the blue block beside it. Move the purple block left to the wall and slide the green and yellow block up. Slide the pair of blue blocks left and move the green block down to the right. Uh-huh. Then slide both blue blocks and yellow block right. Oh, interesting. Well, it's not 20 moves, but it's 21 moves, so, you know, woo. Also, this was the final puzzle of the game. Isn't it great that it's a sliding puzzle? I really hate sliding puzzles. I just don't care for them. Hello. Excuse me, are you by chance the park caretaker? No. I'm an explorer of El Mundo. Right now, I'm trying to familiarize myself with the local culture. Oh, well, please pardon my mistake, sir. Have a pleasant day. Oh, wait for a momento, s'il vous plaît? S'il vous plaît? I just saw a man in work clothes pass there. Could he be the caretaker you seek? He could be. Which way did he go? Probably to the right. Pero, maybe it was the left. See. Are you feeling alright? You seem a bit directionally challenged for being an explorer. I just arrived here after years of world traveling. Je ne sais pas the local geography here, that's all. I see. In that case, please forgive me for making another assumption. Now, excuse us, we'll need to get going. Wait, which way to the Villaggio? Donde está the train station? We're not gonna go right, we're gonna go left, because this is the way to... some Stash and Scarf and Nonsensico. Why are you down here, Mr. Stashin? Oh, don't you look surprised. I bet you didn't expect me to see in a place like this. The river that encircles most of St. Mystere is right past this pipe. But don't get any ideas, you can't cross it. Give up on those ridiculous notions of returning to the rest of the world and settle down here. I suppose it's a tough transition to make. Here's a puzzle to help you get situated. 84, which boxes to move? What is it? How many don't need to be moved? Because what if it's just the outside, then it's like 1, 2, 3. There's just only these 3 boxes. Which is simple enough.
Here's my answer.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Critical thinking is the key to success.
Yeah, because there's only 2 boxes on the very bottom. I like the way you get fired up over puzzles. You're my kind of guy. So hurry up and get settled already. St. Mystere is happy to have you. Then you come out here and then you see another view. You get to see the car again. And this puzzle, I know I don't remember the answer to. It's 85. What's that one? 60. Yeah, no, this is one of those things where it's like,
Here's my guess.
even trying to do the math on this puzzle, I was like stumped. I don't even remember how as a kid I managed to solve it without like losing half the pick rats and using up all the hint coins and whatnot. The fossil will go to Layton because he respects stuff. He's a respect boy. I have this song on my Spotify. I have all the Layton songs on my Spotify, but I don't know, there's just something about this little sewer section that only plays for literally 3 screens that I just really like. So now we found Sullivan, and he's gonna want to give us a puzzle before we move on. Squares and circles. This one is, if I remember correctly, it's 4 times the size. Yeah, it's 4 times the size. Double checking. This is one of the easiest ones to like kind of guess on because it's like, well, it's like not. You know, you could just kind of visually eye it up as like, yeah, this is like about half. So, fine work, both of you. Soon I'll take care of this busted maid. I'll open that gate for you. There, that ought to take care of this mess. Now let's open up the park, eh? Just hold on 1 second. There we are, and the park is yours to explore. Professor, we're in. Thank you. You've been a great help, caretaker. I hardly need thanking, sir. After all, this is me job. Way back when, I used to keep it open every day, but these villagers, they don't care a whit for the park. I'm glad you fellows stopped by. First time in a while I've had to do me job. Now, before we go, I'm gonna go back to the sewer real quick, because he also has a second puzzle. Oh, no, wait, he's not here. Shoot. I guess I am just going into the park. Oh, no, wait, I think he is in the park, that's why. This park is really kind of sad, isn't it? It's all rusty and abandoned. Just as Sullivan said, seems that no one set foot in this park for a dreadfully long time. Now on to business. Let's give that fairgrounds around the Ferris wheel a once-over. I expect we'll find something of interest here. Poster. Oh my. What is it, Professor? Look at this poster. The picture appears to be the same as the one on the ticket we picked up. Looks like it's been posted here for ages. It's so faded you can't even read the letters. Oh. Hey, isn't that... Yes, I thought so. That's little Flora there in the middle of the picture, isn't it? She looks exactly as she does in the portrait we saw of her at Reinhold Manor. It would seem that Baron Reinhold built this amusement park for the sole enjoyment of his daughter. Strange, I wonder why it wasn't more popular with the village folk once it opened to the public. Well, I don't suppose speculation will help us very much. Let's keep moving. Right you are, Professor. But first I need to look for them hinted coins and some charms. A map. Let's check out some charms. We've gotten new charms. we got this one. It's a sapphire pendant and an arrow heart. We've gotten 18 out of 51, which isn't a lot. That's not great, unfortunately, which means there's probably so many charms that we've missed. New to the inn, you got the fossil. I believe you like the fossil more. And then as for the painting, we got 2 more pictures. 2 more pieces. I'm gonna make a safety save real quick. At 100 puzzles solved, that means there's only 20 more puzzles for the rest of the main game to solve, which is insane to think about. But yes, let's investigate this park. First, we'll go this way, pick up this note. Look at this note, Professor. Can you read? I can't read. Okay, Professor, I'll read it for you. The older she gets, the more young Miss is catching on to this village's secret. She seems lonely, which is probably what the boss asked me to build an amusement park for her. Yeah, it certainly looks like I've got my work cut out for me. The young Miss mentioned here must be Flora. The whole park was built just for her, but I don't understand this other line. What's all this business about a secret in the village? I just wasn't ready to handle the boss's death. Poor young Miss, she's all alone in the world now. No matter what happens, I have to keep going and take care of her in the boss's place. The page ends there. Baron Reinhold sounds like he truly loved his daughter more than anything. Fate can be so cruel. Yes, it can. Now I know in this pile of trash, there's a puzzle. Here is puzzle. The largest total, I believe, is... I believe it's 150, because it's like you put... What is it? It's like you put 50 in the middle, then you put like 51, 49... I think it's 150. Let me double check. Oh no, I'm thinking of something different. The number we want to occupy the middle space is 51, because you know that's obvious. Because you fill it up with numbers 43 to 51. Whew, I got it, just barely. And not really barely. I was just kind of thinking about it wrong. Ah, another charm. Now Sullivan has the puzzle. He wants us to fix some leaky pipes. Oh no, he wants us to figure out how do we get a ball out of this hole. This was another one of those ones where it's like, I have no idea what you want. It's water. You just fill the thing with water. Because I was a dumb kid and I didn't realize buoyancy was a thing. You could use any liquid, but water is, violin goes to Luke. Because Luke plays the violin, surprisingly. Look, Professor, there's a strange little shed here. Interesting, it seems this shed routes water to the sewage pipes. I feel this warrants a closer look. Doesn't appear the door will open. Let's move on and explore the rest of the park, Luke. Well, first I'm gonna check. It says, don't throw trash in the lake. Another coin, a coin, a coin, a coin. Hinted coins are very cool. And then there's... This place is so run down, it looks like it hasn't been touched in years. What a shame, I bet it used to be a fun place. There's even a big tent like you see at the circuses. Yes, there is something quite sad about it, isn't there? How strange, this is clearly a traveling carnival, so why is it left to rot here in St. Mystere? I bet the Ferris wheel's a mess too. I won't get to use that ride ticket we picked up. Well, we have better things to do than ride that thing. Somewhere in this park hides a clue to finding the golden apple, I'm sure. But right now, there's another... Where is it? It's around... Is it not here? Is the puzzle not here? Or is that after certain things happen? I'm assuming it's after certain things happen. Alright, anyway. Big top. Must be the Ferris wheel we were looking for. Luke, why don't you look around and see if there's anything odd about it? Sure thing, Professor. Did you find anything out of the ordinary? No, nothing. Maybe there's no secret hidden in the Ferris wheel. That remains to be seen. Let's look a bit more, shall we? So in the end, that ticket we picked up turned out to be meaningless? So it seems. I suppose my intuition failed us this time, Luke. Come on, let's head back to the heart of St. Mystere and search for our next lead. The greatest cutscene. Well, not in all of Layton. There's some other good ones, but this is great.
What on earth?
Professor!
Get away, Luke! Run!
You're right. Oh, I think it's chasing after us!
That's preposterous!
I'll give you points for the dive, but you broke on impact, so I'll have to give you like a 6. Also, something you only see in the HD version, that rainbow that appears in the corner, that's there in the original game, but it's so blurry you can't make out what it is. Whew. Why with the Ferris wheel? Professor, look what happened to the shed. The Ferris wheel must have simply destroyed it. If we made a wrong step back there, we'd be rubble too. Oh my. I think I found something here. What could it be? Now, what's an entrance to the sewers doing here? This could well be an underground passage to the tower. We gotta take a look. Come. Right behind you. Well, first I'm gonna go back to the Ferris wheel spot real quick, because there is a puzzle. That poor Ferris wheel's totally destroyed now. That reminds me, Luke, have you heard a wonderful puzzle about Ferris wheels? Because, you know, trauma dumping. 42. The answer to life is 42.
I think I've got it.
Yeah, this is great. Excellent job, my boy. You got a scrap painting. Yeah, and I didn't get to collect coins. Also, fun little fact, because of the HD texturing, you find out that the Ferris wheel is called a Ferris wheel. Which I think is just hilarious. Also, is there not a puzzle here? I could have sworn there's a puzzle, like, right here. There it is. I knew I wasn't crazy. Odd box out. I believe this one is D. It's this one. I know I'm not good at drawing circles. I'm not good at mouse writing. I ain't gonna be no pirate software. I'm not gonna be able to be the master of Microsoft Paint, but... Yep, let's get back, because the whole place is destroyed now, because there's all the rubble now, the sign is gone. This shed has been just torn through. It's fascinating. Anyway, let's go down. I hope I don't trip. This place is pitch black. And it's cold too. Watch your step, Luke. Look for anything suspicious or out of place. Like this bucket of, I hope not piss. Look, there's a sort of shape in the wall. There's clearly some kind of puzzle. I wager it'll tell us which way to go. Which way? Very easy. It is... I can... See, this is one where they give you like a thing to be like, hey, do it like this. I hope that's good enough, because I know the detection can be... God damn it! Hold on. Hold on. Alright, I'm back at the puzzle. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. This one, because it's like very, very wonky hit detection. Please work, I don't want to do it again. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I don't like the drawing puzzles because they worked well on the DS, but I think the on the phone, I think something happened with the hit detection for like these puzzles, so it's like now they're just kind of not as good at detecting if you've gotten the answer right, because you might know the answer and do it perfectly, but sometimes it just doesn't work. Teapot. Let's go quickly. Because here's the fun thing, we haven't found the gizmo yet. As you may notice, they're holding off on the final gizmo. And we're not completely done yet with, oh, I forget which bit of this wall has, hint coin, if a bit of this wall even has hint coin. I don't even think this place has hint coin, which is interesting to think about. Look, Professor, there's a strange device on the door. Seems to be a puzzle of some sort. I imagine the door won't open until we solve it. It's like we're being tested in it. This one. Once again, my willingness to solve puzzles is being tested. At least this one is much easier than, you know, the final puzzle of the game. Every puzzle has an answer. Yes, puzzle, 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 puzzle. I don't care about the minimum number of moves, because that's just not my thing. There we go, we got the final painting piece. We got to the door. What's in this room? I think this room is one of those things that just doesn't really get truly explained as, like, why this is here. This painting is truly brilliant. It simply must go on my wall. By the way, Luke, I have a present for you to mark the occasion. Return to the title screen, select bonuses, and you should have a new challenge from me. Now, I know you're excited about your present, but be sure to save before returning to the title screen. Layton's challenge is the art lover's house. And now you just have this nice painting that you can just kind of screw with. But yeah, it's a nice painting. Let's head in. Wow, I certainly didn't expect a room down here. Let's give it a thorough once-over. Something isn't right about this place. I can feel it in my bones. Ooh, excuse me. Something's hidden behind here. All right, let's move the picture out of the way then. What's this here? It appears to be some sort of key. But what does it unlock? We won't know until we investigate further, but their shape certainly looks familiar. Professor, could this be? Looks like the tower. I knew there was something odd about that dead end. Perhaps this key will shed some light on things. Luke, we need to head back to that large wall on the north side of St. Mystere. I have a hunch that's more than just a dead end. And with that, Chapter 7 is complete, and one final mystery is added to the Mysteries tab. But also, there's a... Where's the puzzle? There's the puzzle! I don't know why I made that noise. I just felt like making noise. This is gonna be option B. Option B. Yeah, option B. The teacup will go to Layton. I believe there's nothing else in this room because, yeah, the journal, now we found a key, and new mysteries. The key, deep underground on the edge of town, the Professor and Luke found an unusual key shaped like the tower. While the connection between the key and the tower seems certain, no one can figure out where to use the key or what it unlocks. Now that we've gotten the final mystery, all of these mysteries will now unlock, which is something different from what happens onward, because this is the only game where, I believe, this is the only game where you unlock all of the mysteries before you actually solve the mysteries. Yeah, and I believe that's coming together because we only got, again, 13 more puzzles and then we're done. Because I believe, if I check the puzzle index, we've gotten all the secret ones. 20, 19, 18, let me see, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. We're missing 109. Where is puzzle 109? Because I can probably quickly get that done and dusted before we go. 109 is... I gotta go back to Archibald when I get the chance. And I believe that's all those ones, because let me see, because the rest of them have to do with, yeah, just getting up the tower, because 1, 2, 3, oh, and I'm missing 104, 105, 2, okay. Ooh, that's, I'm missing some puzzles. That's not like me at all. Where are they, I wonder? Okay, well, I'll figure that out once I'm... Unless they're coming up. No, because those seems to be... yeah, those ones are coming up, so... Yeah, that makes sense then. Prosciutto and Martha. Right. Okay, so those ones are coming up. So technically, I have not missed any puzzles except for the one at, Alright, Luke, but first let's make a quick stop at the end. There's something I need to check on the way there. It seems that someone doesn't want us around, Luke. Someone is, in fact, after us. And the key to identifying this scoundrel is back at the inn. So you already have an idea about who's behind this? Piqued your interest, have I? The shadowy intruder. Someone's been obstructing the investigation. Find the troublemaker and continue work on the case. We will do that in a quick second. Because we need to quickly go and solve some extra puzzles. Archibald, you have a puzzle for us. I forgot to grab it from you because I am a stupid boy. It's a sliding... Oh no, this isn't a sliding puzzle. Lazy man on Earth, are you gonna be stupid as well? Yes!
Another puzzle.
Yes. So that's the answer. In my heyday, I could have solved a puzzle like that before you could say cobblestone. The table goes to Luke, I believe, yes. Because now we need to go to... Prosciutto. You got a puzzle for us, Prosciutto. You got puzzle 104, I believe. Yeah, 104, sweet treat. You want us to divide everything into equal shapes. Can do. With the pieces on different spots, which I believe this satisfies your thirst for food. Nice. The statue will go to Layton. Because I believe Layton should be done? Almost. They're not done quite yet, which means we've got just a few more things to get. We also haven't found... what is it? The final piece of the doggo. You know, we really gotta... Martha, why don't you have the thing? What the hell? Why don't you have the puzzle ready? Why don't you have the puzzle ready? Actually, what puzzles am I missing? Because it should be 92. I'm missing 92. Where's 92? Sylvan at the sewer dead end. And then Martha at the tower. Maybe Martha just hasn't triggered her puzzle yet, which is fine. Because we'll just get it on the way then. Because right now we're going to go talk to Sylvan. He's going to give us a leaky pipe puzzle. He's going to give us a puzzle involving some leaky pipes. Wash up. He needs to open opening as few valves as possible to get from the water to the tap. So if we go here, it's like boop. Then we can go up here. Then we go here. Then we can go here. Then we can hit this one. I believe, right? Because it's like, if we go to the tub, we open this valve, we go around here, we go boop, because the water is coming from up here. So if we open this one, well, no, it's not that one. It's this one, because then we can go around the town. There we go. We can go around the town.
Luke, here's my answer. Critical thinking is the key to success.
Booyakashow. Still don't have the gizmo piece, which is a bit sad, you know? It's a bit sad, but, you know. So now, aside from Martha's puzzle, we have every puzzle done. Oh no, 75? Where's puzzle 75? Where's puzzle 75? Agnes at the market. Oh, I gotta go get it. I gotta go get a puzzle at the market. Agnes, you got a puzzle for me, and I almost forgot about you, Agnes. The wire cube. Oh, this one's easy. It's 4 wires. It's 4 wires.
Luke, here's my answer.
Ba-da-da-ba-da-da-da.
Critical thinking is the key to success.
Yes, it's 4. The answer is 4. The globe will go to Luke, I believe. Now, if I'm looking at it, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, nice, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, because we need 94 to 100, which is 6, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. No, that's 7. Right, that's fine, because then we need 105, and that'll make it 8. Wait, we're missing another puzzle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. What puzzle? 32! Puzzle 32! Where the hell is puzzle 32? It's in chapter 3. Puzzle 32, what are you? The candy jars at the convenience store. I missed the jar at the convenience store. No, I missed the jar, the candy jar. How did I forget the candy jar? I forgot a simple one. What's the percentage that there's 25? That's 100%. I almost said 190%. God, I'm so flustered. I am so flustered. I'm so sorry. I could have been so much more efficient with this, but I didn't. And I bet you this has the gizmo piece that I'm missing. Oh, that had the ear that I was missing. Oh, we could have had the doggo finished a long time ago. There we are, the little robot dog is finally assembled. I have a feeling he'll come in quite handy. By the way, Luke, I have a present for you to mark the occasion. Return to the title screen, you'll have new challenges for me. And you get to name the dog. I'm gonna name him... I'm gonna name him Ilka. Hold on, I'm gonna name him... Ilka. His name is Ilka. Ilka the dog. Look at him. So this is leads. If we're in an area with a hint coin... what did... All right. Luke is happy. I believe. Yeah, Luke is happy. So now everything will go to the professor, and then he will be happy. Speaking of which, did we get all the charms? We did not get any more charms, as far as I can tell. Oh, we got a few. We got the cutesy cupcake and the bygone bubble bottle. Beatrice! Hello, Professor. Is there something the matter? You look a little shaken. Beatrice, I have an urgent request. Could you show me the newspaper from the last couple of days? The papers? Certainly. Hang on. I'll go fetch them. That's strange. I'm sure I set them down here somewhere. Is there a problem? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I can't seem to find them anywhere. Even today's morning paper seems to have gone missing. I see. Well, thank you just the same, Beatrice. This has been most helpful. Just what was in those papers anyway? Yo-ho, Professor Layton. Raymond, and what do we owe in the visit? Oh, he told me I needed to find you and bring you to Reinhold. The inspector, I mean, who he and Lady Dahlia await your arrival at Reinhold Manor. Thank you for the message. We'll set out to the manor in a few moments. Yes, time for a climax, as some people say. You found the key to the tower, haven't you? How do you know about the key? You mustn't interfere with the tower. Whatever you do, just stay away from there. Interfere? What do you mean by that, dear? Yeah, just a little bit of ominousness. Welcome back, Professor Layton. Please come in, everyone's waiting. Thank you, Matthew. Something troubling you? You seem ill at ease. Oh no, I'm fine, sir. Please make your way to the parlor. Alright, if you're certain nothing's the matter, we'll head upstairs. Mr. Layton, thank you for arriving so promptly. Come, have a seat. Why have you called us here, Inspector? Like you, I'm not the kind of man who beats around the bush, so I'll just come out with it. I'm on to you, Layton. It's clear as day. You are responsible for Simon's death. You suggesting I murdered Simon? Nonsense. Nice, Layton. I have to admire the way you keep cool under pressure, but of course, I wouldn't expect nothing less from a cold-blooded killer such as yourself. I don't suppose you've seen this before? This vase was on display in the room in which Simon was found dead. All forensic evidence suggests the killer struck Simon with this vase. Our killer was no professional, you see. He left his fingerprints all over the weapon. Fingerprints that match your own, Mr. Layton. Oh, that's the vase from the market, isn't it? You rotten murderer. If this vase is evidence, why'd you break it like it was nothing? So go on, give me an alibi, Layton. Where were you when Simon was killed, eh? Come on, out with it. I was with Luke investigating matters down in the village. Is that the best you can muster? It's clear the little brat is an accomplice to your crime. Admit it, Layton. You two wanted to keep the golden apple so badly you conspired to murder Simon. Can't fool me, Layton, so cough it up and start talking. While I'm at it, I'll take the key to the tower you picked up, too. Seems that you're intent on pinning the crime on me, Inspector, but if you're a true enforcer of the law, you'll acknowledge that I'm not the only reasonable suspect. Any member of this household could have committed the crime. In fact, you can't even rule out the possibility that everyone here had a hand in the murder. Furthermore, are we even sure the murder took place here? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Do you really think anyone here is fooled by your crackpot theories? Inspector Chelmy, I'm beginning to think the only person here with something to hide is you. That's absurd. This has nothing in the slightest to do with me.
No, Inspector, it has quite a bit to do with you.
Meaning?
Isn't it obvious?
If there is any criminal element involved in this case, then it is you, sir. What? That's absurd.
Hey, calm down!
What utter rubbish! You'll need more than some death charge to save your hide.
I've heard you're quite devoted husband, Inspector. I bet you take very good of your wife, Amy. Look, and I found this article in the paper. Well, Luke, what was Inspector's favorite food again? Sweet potato fritters. This article specifically states he loves sweet potato fritters. And yet you raged at poor Matthew when he brought you sweets with tea. Why? And your point is, it just so happens I have a fondness for Amy's sweet potato fritters. Is that so? Thank you, Inspector. This little conversation has made things quite clear. Please take a look at this. I believe you just called them Amy's potato fritters, yes? I'd like everyone to look at this article. As you can see, the article clearly states the inspector's Chelmey's wife is Amelie. Or Amelie? I don't know how you say that. Amelie, not Amy. You mean to tell me you've forgotten your own wife's name?
Grr.
On with it then. Who are you and why have you been impersonating Inspector Chelmey? And why have you been ruining this investigation?
Grr.
But your sudden memory loss regarding your wife's name isn't the only thing suspicious about you. Try to recall the time around Simon's death. You said you received a report that prompted you to come to St. Mystere, but you forgot one thing. After Luke and I came to town, the drawbridge that is St. Mystere's sole entrance had its crank stolen. This effectively sealed the village from that point on. No one could enter or leave the village. And do you recall just when this seclusion began? It began during our search for Claudia. Correct, the only route out of the village had been closed well before Simon's death was discovered. After the event, there was no way anyone outside the village could enter. By the same token, there was no way to take things out of the village, particularly something as large as a corpse. So tell me, Inspector, when did you actually first set foot in St. Mystere? And furthermore, what did you do with Simon's remains? Grr. While we're on the subject, I have one more nagging question that I haven't been able to figure out. How is it that you knew about the key to the tower we discovered? When we happened upon the key, there wasn't a soul in the area, save for Luke and myself. Furthermore, I've spoken of what we found there to no one. There's no conceivable way you could have known about this key. Unless, of course, you were spying on us from the shadows when we picked it up. Now, let me see if I've got this all right. You posed as the inspector, used Simon's death as an excuse to enter Reinhold Manor. Since then, you've been waiting for the ideal time to strike and steal the golden apple from us. How am I doing so far? Heh. What's so funny? This is no laughing matter. I'm astonished at how despicable I find you, Layton. But that's exactly why you're worthy of being my archenemy. And big reveal! I've always despised you, Layton. I thought I'd be able to crush you once and for all here in St. Mystere, but that will have to wait since you saw through my disguise. You haven't caught on yet, but St. Mystere has a secret of epic proportions. When I imagine a dimwit like you trying to unravel the mystery, I just have to smile. My business here for the day has come to an end, so I'll be off. But listen closely, Layton. Never forget how close you came to being bested. One day I, the great Don Paolo, will rain my vengeance down upon you. And on that fearful day, you will beg for an umbrella and a raincoat, perhaps even some galoshes. Gosh. And he jumped through a window. Guess he's gone. You know who that man was? Don Paolo's the name. I've heard stories of him. His grasp on the hard sciences was rumored to be unrivaled. Problem, as you might guess, was his personality. Though he was a genius, the man was evil. Science board banished him from working officially in his field ever again. Sneaking to St. Mystere to steal the Randall fortune sounds like the kind of scheme he would hatch. Seems to hold quite a grudge against you, Professor. What'd you do to cross him? Haven't the slightest. Well, that aside, what was all that talk about a secret hidden in the village? What was he talking about? I'm mystified by it myself. For the time being, though, let's focus on finding the golden apple, shall we? I say we follow our newest lead and head for that tower. Let's check that dead end from before. We've figured it out. And we solved the mystery. Anything to say, Gordon? Nope. Anything to say, Dahlia? I'm simply shocked at this turn of events. Who could have guessed that we had an imposter in our midst? He had me completely fooled. But you saw right through him, Professor. I must say I'm quite impressed with your cunning. I ask you now to put that brilliant mind of yours to work again and set out and search for the apple. It would be my pleasure, madam. By the way, are you feeling all right? You look a bit pale. I woke this morning with memories of a peculiar dream I had last night. It is. In it, my husband and I just had a brand new baby girl, and oh, how everyone fawned over her. The next moment, suddenly I was in a park walking hand in hand with my young daughter. With your daughter, you say? Now, why would I have a silly dream like that? These past few days have really been quite draining. Professor Layton, I don't feel particularly well. I think I'll go lie down for a bit. What's wrong with Lady Dahlia? She says she had a dream of walking in the park with her young daughter. There's something quite curious about that dream. Yes, very quite. I believe, yeah, we're now allowed to go back into the room in case you missed anything. But right now, we don't need to go back. Because all we have right now is one goal. The tower. We're nearing the end of this little rodeo of an adventure. I don't know why I went down. I think it's because the buttons are so close to each other. I gotta, like, tap up there. There we go. And now we get asked. Yes, now she has the puzzle for us. Yeah, you can't fool this old gal. You love solving puzzles. Now solve my puzzle. The answer we want for this one is, I remember, 6.
That should do it.
And now we're on to the final 7 puzzles, which all are story puzzles. I was under the impression that the villagers of St. Mystere hated going near that tower. Oh yes, I don't want to go near the place myself, though I suppose I could make an exception for a strapping man such as yourself, oh yes. Professor, we should really keep moving. It's a dead end, no two ways about it. Maybe there's another pathway to the tower hidden around. I'd argue we come to exactly the right spot, Luke. What do you mean by that? Look right there. There's a small indentation in the wall where one could place a small object. Oh, so this must be... Yes, this curious indentation, no doubt the spot indicated in Baron Reinhold's note to Archibald. I'm willing to wager that if we put this in there and give it a turn... Click. Because, yeah, originally, this is a change. He originally had to click the spot on the wall. Which, thank God, you don't gotta do it. Wow. Just as I suspected. All right, Luke, in we go. The final chapter. The Tower's Secret. A path to the tower has been found. Scale the tower and solve the mystery. And we also solve the mystery of the key. And this will be the final, not the final save of the game, because obviously we're going to save the game at the very end. Also, I'm just going to wait a second, because I believe the dog should come out any second. No, it's not going to come out? All right. Fair enough. I believe the dog will come out here. So let's wait. Oh. I guess there's no hint coins around here for the dog. So let's check out that charm real quick. Also, the journal. Inspector's calling. The girl's warning. Enter Don Paulo. The path opens. And we got a new charm. What did we get? We got a melting chocolate. It just says riddle. That's kind of cute. Yes, it looks like you solved at least 75 puzzles. Alright then, go in the tower. Yeah, that was the last puzzle barrier of the game. The game wants you to solve at least 75 puzzles. I believe in Diabolical Box, the requirement is, I think, 80 puzzles? And then Unwound Future is like 100 puzzles, a little over 100. And then I believe the final game with a puzzle barrier, which is Spectre's Call, I believe that one is like 90 something. Plus it's all murky in here and I can't see a thing. Oh my. Ah. Ugh, my head. Luke, are you alright, my boy? No injuries, I hope? Don't worry, Professor, I'm fine. And yourself? Nothing a good long bath later won't solve, but more importantly, where are we? This room is stuffed to the gills with curious machines. I've never seen anything like them. What do you suppose they do? What in the world? Look over there at the wall, Professor. My word. These are views from all over town displayed here. Don't they almost look like blueprints? What is this? Almost every villager's name is on this wall. Professor, what if someone's using this place to keep an eye on what's going on in St. Mystere? Look, there are stairs over there. Let's get out of this place. It gives me goosebumps. Let's head out. But first... Dog, would you like to be of help? Yeah, he's gonna find where the hint coins are. So he sniffs around the general area, if I'm remembering. Oh, come on, you just sniffed here. That means there's a coin. I guess he was wrong. Boo. Oh, what's this notebook? Did you find something interesting? I think so. This notebook looks like someone's been using it as a diary. Just a little longer now. Soon this village will complete the task it was designed for. I've waited so long for this day, but as it comes closer, I feel a little lonely. I hope that, at the very least, the young mistress finally finds happiness at the end of all this. This poor journal looks like it's been through a lot. All the pages are terribly frayed. Bet all the scraps of paper we found in the village came from here. Anyway, up the stairs we go. What's this? You. Huh. You two again. What are you doing here? What are you up to? Just a moment, sir. What are you talking about? I knew it. You came here to steal my secrets, didn't you? Didn't you? Don't play dumb with me. I see right through you. Don't think I haven't been watching. I've seen you two sniffing about every nook and cranny and down, getting in the way of my work. Now, I've had it. So unless you want to give me trouble, give me back number 38. Please calm yourself, sir. Just listen to what we have to say for a moment. We haven't intended to get in the way of your work. We're merely searching for the golden apple. Neither of us know anything about this number 38 business. Oh. Did you just say golden apple? You're really here looking for the golden apple, then? Precisely. Do you know anything that could be of help to us? So that's how it is, eh? What you're looking for is on the top floor of the tower. Watch out, because the puzzles in this tower are harder than a whole mess of diamond-tipped drills. I know they call you a puzzle master, but are you sure you have what it takes to solve them? Now, why'd you go and tell us something like that? I bet you just want to set us up to walk right in some sort of trap. What would I possibly gain from doing something like that? Not to mention, it's my duty to guide those who seek the golden apple toward their goal. Some mischief maker snuck into the village and had me all confused, but I think I've figured things out now. Seeing as how it's your duty and all, would you mind filling us in? What is St. Mystere's big secret? Alright. Name is Bruno. I work for the Reinhold family. For some time now, I've managed St. Mystere from up here in the tower. Manage St. Mystere? You're the one who manages the life of each of the villagers, aren't you? What in the world are you two talking about? Surely you must have seen them too, Luke. Do you recall the cogs we found about the village and the list of names we saw in this room? All the villagers in St. Mystere are robots created by Bruno. What do you mean the villagers are all robots? In other words, the inhabitants of St. Mystere aren't human, but intricately constructed machines. They're robots, my boy. I have to say, I'm astonished that anyone could build such elaborate machines in this day and age. You must be quite the engineer, sir. Aren't you a sharp one? I never imagined you figured out so much of the mystery by yourself. What do you mean, sir? St. Mystere isn't a real town, Luke. It was constructed by Bruno and the late Baron. How am I doing so far, Bruno? You're right on the money. Master believed that one day an heir worthy of his fortune would come forward. He had me build the city and all who dwell within it to prepare for that day. Then he hid his greatest treasure, the golden apple, away in the top floor of this tower. I was ordered to protect it with my life. Until the person arrives who can solve the puzzle of the golden apple, I will continue to protect it. Remarkable. I'm impressed at how far Baron Reinhold went to protect his treasure. It's not just any treasure, mind you. The golden apple is Baron's most precious treasure. Why go through all this trouble just to hide the treasure? Why build an entire village to protect it?
Whoops. Seems I'm a little loose-lipped here. I've said enough more than I should have. The answers you're looking for are wait at the top of the tower. Go on, then. Show me if you're the one who can solve the puzzle of the golden apple.
Yes, and now we climb the tower and look at all the mysteries that get solved. We solved a few of them. First and foremost, the note the Baron left in Archibald's desk gave the clue he needed to realize the key. From there, the Professor and Luke had access to the path of the tower. What a shock! Who could imagine that Don Paulo, self-proclaimed arch-enemy of the Professor, was posing as the Inspector in an effort to steal the Reinhold fortune? The true Inspector Chelmey never set foot in St. Nazaire, is probably at home in London enjoying tea and sweets. The small cogs recovered by Layton and Luke came loose from Simon and Raymond when they collapsed. The cogs, along with the mysterious disappearances he's observed around the village, convinced Layton that all the villagers in St. Nazaire were robots. The abductions around town were actually the works of Bruno, who moved under the cover of night to retrieve his broken robots. Bruno would bring robots back to the tower to repair them, and then return them to the village. As none of the villagers knew they were actually robots, it's only natural that they were terrified by the strange old man. And now it's time to climb the tower. And of course, you just gotta avoid the gaping hole in the floor if you wanna, you know. Puzzle time. Professor, look, the stairs are barred off. This must be one of the puzzles Bruno warned us about. It does look indeed difficult. This is perfect time, my boy. I'm in the mood for a puzzle with some meat on it.
Sliding puzzle. Make a smile face me.
What am I doing? I'm just gonna look up the thing, because I hate sliding puzzle. Slide the purple blocks left with the lower blue block, and bring down the green block. Move the purple blocks down and the blue block right, then drag the ball down and right. Right, because then I remember it's like this. Whoops. And like this. We bring that up, bring this back. Bring this here, bring this here, bring this here. And then this can become a part of this, so as I move this, that gets moved. There we go.
That should do.
I hate sliding puzzles, they're so annoying. Well done! There we are. Come, Luke, we must press on. All right, lead the way, Professor. Say, Professor, there's something that's been on my mind a while. Oh, what is it, Luke? When the crank for the bridge was stolen, we were sealed in the village along with Don Paulo. It could just be me, but I feel like that wasn't a coincidence. Somebody planned it, but who? Huh. Well, Luke, I don't have any direct evidence of it, but I wager that was Bruno's doing. Bruno? Why in the world would Bruno do something like that? Do you remember what he said? It's his duty to show the way to those who seek the golden apple. But naturally, Bruno had no idea what kind of people come to St. Nazaire seeking the treasure. It's likely he trapped us in the village to buy some time to evaluate who we were. He wanted to see if we were worthy of the secret. That's terribly presumptuous of him, don't you think? How could he think either of us were bad people? He doesn't even know us. Huh. Who knows how Bruno saw it, Luke? I'm certain he was just being careful. After all, Don Paulo managed to sneak in with us. Bruno probably had his hands full and needed time to see what kind of people had entered the village. Oh, that reminds me, I wanted to ask about that too. Luke, we really should get started here. You can ask your next question while we're climbing. Let's climb. Boop-a-doop-a-doop. The crank has been solved. Bruno, caretaker, was the one who stole the crank for the bridge. Bruno's intent was to keep the professor in the village long enough to determine his worthiness as a guardian for Flora. Spoilers? That's just spoilers right there. You're not supposed to know what the golden apple is. Like, man, the game just spoils itself. I'm gonna have to make sure Adam doesn't read that. Oh, not another locked door. Whoever built this town must enjoy watching people suffer. Oh, my boy, are you just going to stand there and complain about it? No, leave this puzzle to me. Cause what is it? It's like, this is one of those ones where it's like, that's 15. That's 15. That's 15. That's 15. 4, 7. That's 15. That's all 15.
How does this sound?
Hooray. Clap, clap, clap. I got it. Good show, Luke. So what was it you wanted to ask me earlier? I'm all ears. I wanted to know when Don Paulo snuck his way into the village. It seems like he followed us here. The only way into St. Mystere is through the drawbridge. Plus, I doubt Franco would let in such an obviously evil character as Don Paulo. Yes, to be honest, I still haven't quite figured out how Don Paulo entered St. Mystere myself, but it seems after he made his way in, he tried to stay at the Beatrice's Inn. Oh, so the man who skipped out on his bill. It figures it was Don Paulo. So the weasel did himself up to look like Inspector Chelmey, snuck into the mansion, and... Hold on, when did he kill Simon? We'll get into that in a moment. We must keep climbing. Come along. Let us keep climbing the tower. Oh, look who it is. Somehow this man snuck his way into the thingy. Hello, Pavel. Ah, konnichiwa, amigos. I'm so glad to see other people. I thought I'd be wandering this place forever. Hey, how'd you get in here? There's no way you solved all those puzzles. Je ne sais pas. It just happened. Un momento. I'm wandering the sewers. The next thing I know, I'm here. I take it this isn't the local hotspot my guidebook promised it would be. How curious. So where is it you'd like to go? If you go down these stairs, you can return to the village proper. Just make sure you don't fall into the large hole by the entrance. Ah, ZZ. That should be enough information to get me here. But may I ask one more favor? All this talk of stairs remind me of a Nazo I know. Answer it for me, por favor. I hate this puzzle. This one got me stuck from actually completing this game when I was younger. It's 64 because it's the in-between and then the actual start
There we go.
of the stairs.
Critical thinking is the key to success.
So it's like, Grazi, now I'm going to go back to the village. What a strange fellow. Professor, do you suppose that man's human? I believe so. He's an odd one, though, isn't he? I've never seen him explore with such a poor sense of direction. Stranger still is how he entered St. Mystere. I don't even think he knows how he did it. Perhaps his presence yesterday was another reason why Bruno felt compelled to hide the crank. Yeah, may as well be. Another charm. Let's look at some of these charms, by the way. Cause we got, yes, a mint macaroon. We've got a natural cologne. We already got the bubbly. Right, so right now we have 23 of 51, which means 23 puzzle points, which are different than the Picarats, so... Seems that we're faced with another puzzle block, Luke. On good time, boy. First. It's another sliding puzzle. I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna hurt something. I'm gonna pull a hernia. I'm gonna pull a hernia. Jeez. At least that one's decently easy.
Another puzzle solved.
This is a classic example of a sliding puzzle, which I hate. Amazing as always, Professor. Now about Simon, what exactly happened in the mansion? Did Tom Barlow really make off with Simon? I'd say so. This is just my theory, mind you, but I think Don Paolo followed us into the manor. That's when he met Simon, or came across him, as the case may be. I suspect Simon had already collapsed when Don Paolo found his body sprawled on the floor. Just like with Raymond. So maybe Simon had already stopped functioning properly, huh? I guess all robots break down sooner or later, and when they do, Bruno comes to collect them. Then he fixes them here in the basement of the tower. Oh, do you suppose the noise is coming from the tower are actually the sounds of Bruno's machines working? I think you're spot on, Luke. That must be why people began to associate the disappearances with the roaring from the tower. Don't forget that, despite his peculiar appearance, Don Paolo is a scientific genius. Therefore, he probably realized why Simon had stopped moving. If it weren't for the golden apple, Don Paolo would have likely left St. Mystere right then. I'm sure he was eager to take the robot apart and learn how it worked. And that must be why he decided to disguise himself as Inspector Chumney. That rat made up a whole murder story on the spot. But that's not the whole mystery, Luke. Come, we must moving. I'll explain the rest as we go. Yes, we will explain. We've discovered the Rumbling Tower and Ramon. The loud noise emanating from the tower was the whirring of machines Bruno used to repair the robots of St. Mystere. It's been several years since the creation of St. Mystere. Maintenance becomes necessary more frequently as machines age, hence the reports of the increased noise at night from the villagers. As a robot with several years on him, it was only natural that Ramon would break down sooner or later. He was quickly taken in for repair, then promptly returned to the village, blissfully unaware that he had just undergone a tune-up. What are you doing here? Fancy meeting you here, Jerry. How'd you like to try a little puzzle I made up? How on earth did she get up here? She must have overtaken us at some point. Funny, I didn't see the old girl pass us. Quit whispering amongst yourselves and try out this puzzle. It's a real humdinger. It's a humdinger. It's going to be the diamond, then the joker, then, if I remember, the heart, and then the club, and then the spade. Spade.
Another puzzle solved.
Boo, boo. Oh yes, that's the answer. Well, I'll be off. Come visit me. I guess she followed us right in. And this floor doesn't really have anything in it. I think it's just more so. A door. Just like I thought, there's another puzzle locking this door. It looks rather difficult. Luke, my boy, have you learned by now? No puzzle is without an answer. Now we simply need to find that answer. Allow me. This is a fun math one, because if I remember correctly, it's like 1, 2... Well, no, it's like that, because if I remember correctly, the answer is like... No, it's like 6, 2... 8, and then it's like 9, 3, 5. There we go.
Luke, here's my answer.
Here's my answer.
Critical thinking.
Critical thinking. There are 2 correct configurations because you can swap the 6, 8, and the 3, 5. Creativity and persistence, Luke. As long as you have these, no puzzle is beyond your reach. Professor, I was just thinking. Do you remember the picture you found in Lady Dahlia's room? The one the Baron's late wife, Violet, holding a child who appears to be young Flora, of course. That's the one. It's uncanny how much Lady Violet looks like Lady Dahlia. You suppose Baron Reinhold's journal entries were talking about Lady Dahlia? Sharp thinking, my boy. I believe it went something like this. The craftsmanship of it is simply remarkable. It reminds me of my sweet Violet when she was alive. That's the one that tipped me off. Professor, do you suppose Lady Dahlia is actually a robot built to resemble Lady Violet? That's entirely possible, maybe even probable, given the circumstances. But if so, what a terrible, sad story these entries tell. Do you remember what the next entry said? Flora doesn't like the thing at all. I've seen her run away from it on multiple occasions. Recently, she spends more time playing by dear Violet's grave than anywhere else.
I'm sad to say, but I doubt Flora will ever take to it. I can't blame her, as I've changed its memory. I felt terrible forcing that change on Flora, but I just couldn't bear to see it like that anymore. Violet, there can never be another you. You were my first, my last, and only. The Baron arranged for the construction of a robot for Flora that was identical to his late wife. But living with a machine that was so similar to his wife must have been too much for him. Thus, he decided to change the robot's personality, and so Lady Dahlia was created. As she was originally created as a mother figure, she must have gone through a confusing transition. Professor, do you suppose these robots feel sadness? Honestly, I'm not quite sure. But I have a feeling that each of these robots has something not unlike a human heart. What do you think? I hope that they do. And we solved the Lady Dahlia. It's revealed that Lady Dahlia is a robot originally constructed to resemble and behave like the Baron's late wife in every imaginable way. The Baron commissioned the construction of Dahlia as a way to comfort his daughter. Unfortunately, it had the opposite effect. Also, have I not done the inn properly? What are you missing exactly? Because I think I have them all. I'm just curious what exactly I'm, like, missing. So, if I take that away, I take that away. That away. There we go. It was the dresser. Whoops. Now, this is a room any gentleman would be proud to call his own. Staying here should speed up the investigation. By the way, I have a present. We have unlocked another set of puzzles. And there we go. Now all of them are done. Well, I won't save just yet. I know when I'll save. It's after this final puzzle. Do you suppose we're near the top yet? Yes, but it seems we have another puzzle in the way before we get there. And I think this is my favorite puzzle in the game. Just, it's simple, but it's just really cool. Your task is to draw a bunch of squares. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna make a bunch of squares. And I like to do this thing where I like to change up the color every now and then. So there's these two squares. And then I'll change it to blue, because then you have... I forget how you make the biggest one. Hold on, I think I may have gotten that wrong. Hold on, because I remember one of them's the biggest square. I believe this is how you make the biggest square. And then I believe it might be... Ah, yeah, I think it's here. This is how you create that square. Then you make one of these. Then you make this square. And then you have two more squares. Look at all the squares. And there we go.
There we go. Critical thinking is the key to success.
That's right. And there we go. Now we're free to keep climbing. You know, it's very odd how this tower is simply huge, and yet there's almost nothing inside it. Yes, quite. Other than Bruno's room in the basement, the whole place is rather bare. Perhaps this is why Bruno's machines make such a racket. This tower is like a giant megaphone. Why would anyone want to construct such a big, purposeless tower, Professor? It's exhausting to climb this thing. You ever considered this tower might have been built for the express purpose of exhausting us? This is just another one of the many trials that have been set out for seekers of the Golden Apple. Oh gosh, that makes perfect sense. Maybe that's also why the tower looks so scary on the outside. We've done it. You've completed every puzzle in the game. Smashing work. Yes, every puzzle has been solved, and he has found a coin somewhere, I think? There it is. Yep, you actually did have a coin. Nice. Cool. This floor doesn't appear to have any puzzles set up for us, so if we climb the spiral staircase, maybe we'll reach the top floor. I think you're right, my boy. Come, let's hurry. Let's go. Oh my gosh. It's just a simple house. Our view was obscured from the ground, but who'd have suspected a charming cottage like this here? Look, the light's on, Professor. It would appear that someone is living here. Chapter 9 complete. And with that, the final save shall be made. Obviously, besides the game ending on 5 hours, 19 minutes. I'd say that's a respectable time. And of course, here you have two options. You can either go into the house or return to the village. You return to the village if you want to go back and solve any puzzles that you may have missed along the way, which I did them all, so I don't need to. So let's continue. What kind of person would live in a place like this? Unbelievable! Just look at this room. There's stuff in here. It has to be worth gazillions. This must be the top floor that Bruno spoke of. So we might be standing in the same room as the Golden Apple at this very moment. I've been waiting for you two.
It's you! Ah! What's this? What's going on here?
My boy, what you see here is the Golden Apple herself.
You're the Golden Apple? Professor, you knew about this? I had an inkling. Don't you see how genius it is, though? The Baron didn't write the will to find a successor to his fortune. His true aim was to find a worthy guardian for his daughter, and he was willing to put his whole fortune on the line to do so. Yes. My name is Flora, and I've been waiting here in this tower for so long. Were you locked up in here the whole time? Oh, no, but before Papa passed, he told me that I should wait here until someone from outside St. Mystere came for me. Papa said that whoever came for me would be someone I could trust with my life. So that's why you kept watching us move about town. What was that?
What's going on? Oh! Here I come!
Ready or not!
Follow me! Come now.
Follow me. We must evacuate this tower immediately. What now?
Luke, go ahead without us. I have an idea.
But what?
We're fine. Go on.
Right!
It's all right, dear. This way.
What are we going to do? I've got it. Just wait a moment, Flora. I'm just gonna let this play out because this is just fucking baller.
smash you right out of the sky! No! This isn't over yet, Layton!
I don't think we ever
Just
find out
you
what's in
wait.
that bag.
One day, I will have my revenge on you! Hold tight!
Bye-bye, tower. Thank goodness you're right, Professor. Don Paolo's flying contraption was something else. I really thought we were done for back there. Yes, it was quite dodgy, but he also provided us the answer to one of our ongoing mysteries. Remember that awful noise we heard the first time we visited Reinhold Manor? The one that spooked Claudia? Oh, you must have been that noise. You pulled it together. The racket was likely Don Paolo's contraption making a crash landing. If that's the case, then we now know the approximate time of Don Paolo's entrance into Satan's Stair. That makes perfect sense. It figures that Franco wouldn't have noticed Don Paolo's entrance. So if Flora is the golden apple that everyone's been looking for, that means the treasure that Lady Dahlia and the others were chasing never existed in the first place. No, I'm fairly certain they weren't mistaken. I do believe a fortune is hidden somewhere within this town. But the Baron would need to hide it somewhere only the golden apple would know to look. You mean that Flora knows where the treasure is hidden? I'm sorry, but I don't know anything about a treasure or anything like that. Let's head back to Reinhold Manor one more time. I suspect we'll clear everything up here. We solved the noise. Which I believe the last two mysteries we don't actually get to read the entries of. Which I think there might have been entries in like on the cutting room floor, but I don't know. Professor, do you really think the treasure could be located here? Look closely at this painting, Luke. I'm sure it holds the key to the Reinhold fortune. But I've already looked at it. If we solve this mystery, Luke, I'm certain we'll come face to face with the Reinhold treasure. Touch the painting where the golden apple is hidden. It's like right there. I remember now, it's right here. I remember in the DS version it was like annoying because like if you touch in the wrong spot, it's like, maybe not there. Where was it again? A hidden switch. The switch seems to have activated the wall. And that weirdly placed bookcase now opens. And to think the Reinhold Manor held the secret behind this painting all along. Which is funny because if I remember correctly, uh-oh, sneeze. Oh god, that was a double sneeze. I hate sneezing. But yeah, no, this hallway in the original like drafts of the game, that was originally going to lead to like another wing of the manor, but then they scrapped it for time. It looks like there's a passage here that leads in further. Oh. Let's see where this passage goes. Look at all that gold! Oh my goodness, look at this place. I had no idea. Now how in the world did you know that switch was hidden in the painting? Listen closely, Luke. Wisdom wasn't the only thing Baron Reinhold required of the potential guardians for his only daughter. You saw too, did you not? That peculiar mark on her neck that only appeared once she laughed. In other words, Baron Reinhold set out one last requirement for the potential inheritor to his fortune. He wanted someone who could make Flora smile again after losing those dear to her. To that person and that person only would Baron Reinhold reveal the location of his actual fortune.
That's unbelievable, Professor, but it all makes sense now.
Flora. My little Flora.
Where's that voice coming from?
Flora, you've made it here at last.
That voice? Papa? Is that you? Papa!
My dear Flora, as the village watched over you as I would have, I built Saint Mystère for you so that you would never have to know true loneliness. Well, to be fair, Bruno did the actual building, but that's beside the point. In any case, if you've come this far, I suppose it's safe to assume my plan was a success. My greatest regret is that I'm not there to see you become a young woman. But please know that I want nothing more than for you to be happy. Whether the person by your side right now can give you that or not is up to you, I suppose. And to you, who have found your way to my daughter's side, you have my heartiest congratulations. If you could make it through the barrage of puzzles I set before you, I imagine a person of your abilities has already caught on, but allow me to reveal Saint Mystére's secret.
The secret of Saint Mystère?
Recently I was told by my physician that I don't have much time left on this earth. I can come to terms with dying, but the thought of leaving my only child alone in the world torments me. This is why I've commissioned Bruno to construct Saint Mystère. At least this way, she'll be safe and protected until she's old enough to venture to the outside world. Streets and buildings are the bones of a village, but its heart is the people who live in it. This is why I asked Bruno to create all the villagers here, as well as all the puzzles hidden within them. I've asked Matthew to make news of my death public only once Flora has grown past childhood. So strange. How does my beautiful daughter look now? I imagine she's blossoming into adulthood. Equally important to me is finding someone to whom I can entrust both my daughter and my fortune. This is why the inhabitants of Saint Mystère are constantly testing the knowledge of the visitor. If you've made it this far, it must mean that you possess both wisdom and dedication to my daughter. I am confident that you will take good care of my fortune and Flora. This is why everything in this room, the whole of my fortune, belongs to you now. When you remove it from here, Saint Mystère will complete the objective for which it was created. I imagine the inhabitants will fall into a deep sleep from which they are never to awaken.
Now wait just a minute. Is he saying that if we take the treasure, all of Saint Mystère will just disappear?
I honestly don't know the answer to that question, Luke. But it is possible that Saint Mystère is designed to shut down the instant we lay our hands on the treasure.
So if that happens, everyone will just stop? Like the puppets with their strings cut?
I leave it to you, brave traveler. Draw the curtain on Saint Mystère and lay this lifeless village to rest. Above all else, take care of my precious daughter. She's in your hands now.
Oh, Papa. I can't believe it. If we even touch this treasure, all of Saint Mystère will just grind to a halt.
Flora, by all right, this inheritance belongs to you. You should be the one to decide what's done with it.
I don't want it.
But why ever not, my dear? The people who live here have been with me for so long. Curious as this village is, it's watched me grow up. I want St. Mystere, my village, to stay just as it is, forever. I see. Then so it shall be. What of you, Flora? Will you stay here with your village? I... And the golden apple has been solved. And then one last cutscene. Are you sure this is quite all right, madam? Certainly. If leaving will make Flora happy, I'd like nothing more than to see her off with a smile.
Goodbye then, little village. What an astonishing village that was, Professor Layton. Does this mean you'll be gracing the front page of the London Times again sometime soon?
No, Luke. St. Mystere's secret must stay between us.
Huh? Why do you say that?
You see, my dear boy, we don't want people to make a spectacle of Flora. That wouldn't be right.
Of course. Always thinking of others.
Well, one must always put a lady's needs first. That's what a gentleman does.
And there we go. I'm tearing up again because it's just so charming and wonderful. Oh God, I remember just getting that ending as a kid and I just remember. I don't think I cried at this one. It was when I got to Unwound Future where I bawled like a baby. But this one, it's just so heartwarming. It's like a Ghibli film, and just the amount of charm and just wonder that you get from it. There's really nothing like it. And I'm so glad that Layton's getting a new game, so hopefully a whole new generation of people get to experience this kind of storytelling. Now, I know World of Steam is probably not gonna be on the same level, but if it even reaches even a modicum amount of the charm that these games have, I'm sure it'll do well. Also, just this ending credit song, it's just in my head. God, I just love the music in these games. So good. Such good soundtracks, especially these Christopher Miller and Lonnie Manelli, the voices of Layton and Luke, the ones we all know and love. Well, I know people prefer, I forget who it is that plays Luke in the European version, but Lonnie Manelli, I think people trash on this performance, but I think it's genuinely really good. I like it. I grew up with it, so I like it. Oh, and everybody's happy. But yeah, no, just oozing wonder and personality, and I'm so happy that I get to if my timing is correct, I get to start the year out with this game. So, and I've got the other two, Diabolical Box and Unwon Future, coming out shortly after, hopefully, if I get my timing right. And if my timing is right, Diabolical Box should be the last game I play in 2024 and beat. Last game I play and beat. So if that is the case, I will gladly see you in the new year. If that is the case. So thank you all for watching. Obviously this isn't the end. I'm going to obviously quickly head over and do the new puzzles, but first, new cutscene.
So this is where you and Professor Layton live. Welcome to London.
Yeah, brand new
love
cutscenes.
this. When I first arrived in London, everything was new and exciting. I'm having such a wonderful time, and it's all thanks to the Professor and Luke. Sometimes I feel like I might end up in danger when I'm with them. But anyway, I'm happy. If you're up there somewhere, Papa, thank you. And don't worry about me. I'm going to be just fine.
And then 2 games later, she is promptly forgotten about because what is it? Oh god, what is it? How many puzzles did you solve? Precisely 120 puzzles are hidden throughout the town. Make sure to do so. Yeah, no, for some reason, the 2 games set in the future, Layton Mystery Room and the Catcher Layton thing, even the anime, don't talk about Flora for some reason, and it's like everybody just wants her to return. I'd love to see her in New World of Steam. God, I want her in New World of Steam. I want to see her again, because, like, she's the foundation of the entire Layton series, essentially. She's the character. This one, it is 1-8, because it's talking about, like, actual math stuff, which is, you know... Yay! Nicely done, 1/8 of a rectangle. The next die. That would be C. That one's easy.
I think I've got it.
Yeah, no, Layton. Curious Village got me into
Save the day.
games, just games telling stories, and just something I just really, you know, really enjoyed. Yeah, but yeah, no, I have to thank these game series because it's like again, I think I've mentioned this before already. I know I'm repeating myself ad nauseum by mentioning it again, but it's like, you know, if it weren't for these games, you know, or not that, that's a different thing, but like my thought process of just like, you know, hey, you know, you could pick out all the flaws with these games. You could pick out every problem. You could pick out every impossibility. You could pick out every minor nitpick and whatnot to find about these games. And I would just tell you to simply, you know, go screw yourself, because I don't care. I don't care how flawed these games are. I don't care even if these games, any of these games are bad. I don't care. I don't care. Shut up. These games are wonderful. It's gonna be 17 if I remember. Yes.
Well, here's
These ones I'm just going off of memory. I know for this next one is a slide puzzle, unfortunately, so I'm gonna have to look up the guide, potentially. Well, no, it's red and blue too. I don't need to look up the guide yet for that. I can just go into it semi-blind. Yeah, this is the one where it's like, oh, they really want you to pay attention to what you're doing, ha ha ha. Because this one's a bit tricky because we need to get... What is it? We need to get, I believe, A. So give me a second. Let me just... Yeah, this one I'm not doing in the right amount of moves, but I don't really mind exactly. Yeah, this is definitely not the lowest amount of moves, but it works for what I am doing. Like I said, I could have done this one a bit better, a bit more tidier, but that is fine. I don't need to worry. Oh, but yeah, no, I've done so much gushing about this series just on this first game alone. And I mentioned before, I've already streamed this game before. I emulated the DS version. So I'm sure that that's still saved somewhere. But the perimeter of this is 26.
How does this sound?
Woo! But yeah, no, I never got around to playing the other Layton games, because I am going to play Diabolical Boxing on one future HD, then I'm going to move over to the DS to play Spectre's Call. I'm probably going to play the European version, because, most likely just because, what is it? Just mainly because I think it'd be interesting to play that version as, like, a sort of just like just a sort of change of pace, you know, because that's going to feature the European voice actor for Luke. It's going to, fuck this one. What's the solution to this one? Because I hate sliding puzzles. Slide the lower blue ball, blue block right, the upper green block. Down twice. Then move the blue ball down and the blue block left as far as it'll go. Slide the green ball left and the green block up to the top. Slide the green ball left and the green block up to the top. Slide the yellow ball up and the blue block right 2 spaces. Slide the yellow ball... Yep, then move the yellow block down and the yellow ball to the top. Slide the yellow block up and right before moving the green ball. Shoot, I think I messed it up. Because I went off the guide. I shouldn't have done that. I know I shouldn't have done that, but like... Oh, no, wait. I can salvage it. There we go. I salvaged it. I am a genius because I'm a genius. 28 moves. That I am. Yeah, no 28 moves. No. Too many queens 5. Here we go. This is what I'm definitely gonna need to look up for because I'm not gonna remember how to do this one. So first queen in the 3rd square, second queen in square 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Third queen in square 4. Fourth queen, square 7. Fifth queen, square 1. Sixth queen, square 6. Seventh queen, row 2, which means this goes here, and bada boop.
How does this sound?
All good, all good, all good, all good. Terrific work. Yeah, so just getting through these puzzles. Just real quick, these last few puzzles. How long have I been recording? Only 3 hours after the break. Wow, it's not even that late. That is surprising. Heavier, lighter. So here we go. We got 3 things, so we gotta figure out how do we do the scales, you know? We gotta figure out the scales again. But this time we get 3, but we also get more of them. So we need to figure out. You don't know whether this weight is heavier or lighter. Right. If it doesn't balance, then the weight is 1 of the 8. If the weight balances, no. If the weight doesn't balance, then take 4 off and replace them with the 4 left behind. If the scales stay unbalanced the same way, then the weight is 1 of the 4 on the side that didn't change. If the scales... Right. This is one of those weird ones. So I'm gonna see... Right, it's because of this caveat that you don't know whether or not it's lighter or heavier. It's heavier. So for that one, let's see. Take 4 weights, so then the weight is 1 of the 4 on the side that you didn't change. Yep, that's 3C. So take the 4 weights from the side that didn't change, weigh 1 of them against the other, and leave 2 behind. If they weigh the same, then the answer is 1 of the 2 lefter weights, and you have to try one of them as the answer. If you don't balance, then the weight. If you don't want to guess, you need to restart the puzzle until the weights balance on the first weight. Right, okay. Let's try that again, because I don't want to leave this up to chance, because I want to get that 100% puzzle rating, or picker-at rating, whatever you call it. Yes! They balanced! So that means it's either 9, 10, 11, or 12, which makes this super easy. So, if the weights balance, then take them all off and find the 4 that haven't. Place 1 weight from each of the 4. Place 1 weight of these 4 on each side, which leaves 2 behind, and weigh them. If they balance, then the weight is 1 of the 2 that haven't been weighed. Yes, so I'm going to take 9 and 10. Ooh, okay. If they don't balance, then 1 of the weights on the scale is the one you want. So that's 3B. So 3B is leave 1 of these 2 mystery weights on the scale and weigh the other against 1 of the normal weights. If the scales balance and the weight that was removed is the answer, if the scales don't balance and the weight that was left on the scale is the answer. So I'm going to remove 10, put 11. It's 9. It's 9. It's heavier. Yeah! Oh, I love puzzles. But the next one is the hard one, Princess in a Box 2. That one I am looking up the guide for because Jesus Christ, I hate sliding puzzles. I hate them with a passion. So let's see. Slide the lower right green block up. Then bring both purple blocks down. Move the top left green block right and down. Then slide the blue block right. Shift the red block up. And the green block left twice. Shift another green block down and left, then move the next green block left and down before bringing the blue block down. Right, that, and that. Slide the green blocks above the blue, and move the purple blocks up and right. Blocks or block? And move the purple blocks up and right. Gotcha. Move the green block down, right and down, then shift the blue block down. Slide the green block down and right before shifting the red block right as well. Move the green blocks up to the corner and the blue block to the left. Move the green block up and left before sliding the purple block down and left. Shift the green blocks right and the red block too. Then move the blue... Oh, shift the green block right and up, then move the blue block up as well. Shift a pair of green blocks in both purple. Bring the green blocks down and the red right. Then move the purple blocks left and up, move a green block down. Yep, and there we go. There's that done.
I think I've got it.
Whew.
Save the
That's
day.
perfect. There we go. Now we're on to the final set of puzzles, which we have unlocked. The Puzzle Master's house with the last 3 puzzles of the game. Well, except for the weekly ones, but I'm not doing the weekly ones on here. I'm just getting all the main puzzles. The equation is simply 3 minus 7 divided by 4 times 8 equals 10. Because I am good at math. I'm good at math. Land disputes, if I remember this one correctly. Right. Right, they have to be the same shape. Which, they all have to contain a well, and they all have to contain a house. So if I remember correctly... How is this? It's like a weird shape that's like... It's like an F, if I remember correctly. I think. I'm trying to remember. You know what, I'll just look up the guide so I don't take up too much time. What is the answer to this puzzle? Draw a line down between the two. Okay, so what I was already doing, so what is it? Continue line right, 2 squares. Yep, I did that already. 1 down, 1 left, 1 down, 1 left. Keep rotating this line by 90 degrees and draw it out. Wait, what? Keep rotating this line by 90 degrees and draw it out of the middle of the other 3 sides of land. Oh, so... So like that, so then that. Ah, like that, okay. So like that, right? That's the same shape every time.
How does this sound?
And then the final one's gonna be one last sliding puzzle, so I'm just gonna cheese it because I hate sliding puzzles. I hate them. I hate sliding puzzles. So I'm just gonna follow a guide. Start by sliding... What is it? Start by sliding the top right green block down a square and moving the blue block right. Bring up the purple block and slide the green block right. Then move the blue block 1 up. Move 2 of the green blocks down before Move 2 of the green blocks down before sliding the blue block right and the purple block to the... Hold on, I may have confused myself. Hold on. The top right green block down a square, and then the blue block right. Bring up the purple block and slide the green block right. Then move the blue one up. Move 2 of the greens down before sliding the blue block right. Oh, okay, move them down before sliding the blue block right, and the purple one down to the bottom. Ah, I see. Okay. Move the green blocks into the gaps and move the blue block up. Then slide 1 green block up and right. Shift the purple block right before bringing down both green blocks. Then slide both blue blocks left. Then move the green block down. What? Hold on. Start by sliding the top right green block down a square. Move the blue block right. Bring up the purple block up. And slide the green block right. This one. Then move the blue one up. That one. Move 2 of the green squares down before sliding the blue block right and the purple block to the bottom. Move the green blocks into the gap and move the blue block up. Yes. Then slide 1 green block up and right. Up and right. That's it. Because I can't move it out here. Shift the purple block right before bringing down both green blocks. Then slide both blue blocks left. Slide the green blocks up and the purple block right before bringing the green block down. Okay, I think I missed a step. Okay, then move both blue blocks down, slide the next one right, then move the red and blue blocks up. Shift the green blocks right before bringing down a blue block. Then slide another one right. Move the red block down, a blue block left. Then move the next blue block up. Slide the green blocks into the gaps. Move the purple block up to the top. Shift both blue blocks right before moving a green block to the bottom. Assuming this one. Move the red block right and slide a trio of green blocks up and left. Move the pair of blue blocks left and down. Then move the green block right and the red block along with it. Move the green block down before sliding the blue blocks down and left. Shift the red block up one and one of the green blocks to the right side. Yes, next move the green block right a square. And one of the green blocks to the right side, yes. Now move the green block right a square and the other green block up. Shift both blue blocks left and slide the green blocks right to bring down the red block. Ah, okay. Slide the pair of blue and green blocks up, then move the lower blue blocks left and up. Gotcha. Okay, I see. Shift the red block down and move the green blocks right. To bring, right. Then slide the blue blocks left and down. Move a green block up and left before shifting the purple block. Right, this one I think is easy now, because I am now just dealing with... There we go, that is all the puzzles of Professor Layton and the Curious Village done. Of course, I'd expect nothing less of you. And with this, it seems you completed every puzzle in the game. Congratulations. You possess an aptitude and passion for puzzle solving that is equal to my own. I encourage you to continue to sharpen your skills with the weekly puzzles in the bonus menu. That I will do on my own. But with that being said, I will return to the menu. Well, actually, hold on. Before we do that, let's quickly check out these charms, because I don't know what these charms actually do. They just give me puzzle points, but I don't know what they buy. Nothing in the top secret. You don't get to know what's behind that door. But yeah, thank you for joining me. I'll see you for the next one. Bye.